Hi. Yeah, I was muted for a second. I hadn't unmuted myself on OBS yet. Oh, I wish I could keep the music in the VOD. VOD watchers deserve to listen to the jams too. Hi, Tayo. Hi, Tayo. Oh, hold on. I gotta open my window. This song that we just listened to is Get Down by Still Woozy. I still need to set up the music bot. I haven't found a good way to set up the music bot with YouTube Music yet. I have not found a good way to do it. You are welcome. I was wondering why I was a little stuffy in my room. I was like, oh yeah, I don't have my window open. That would make sense. Where's my water? Why did I put it over there? Oh, I'm all over the place today. Saturday. I like Friday better. I like Friday better than Saturday. You know. Yeah, I have right now. I'm just shuffling Still Woozy. Oh, God. Oh. So many sillies. So many sillies. So many sillies. Hi, Stella. Hi, Stella. Uh, I gotta wait for my body to cool down for a second. I did too much moving. Now I'm in an uncomfortable state. Enjoy your lurky lurk. Enjoy your lurky lurk. I must collect my dailies. I must collect my dailies. It is of utmost importance that I do. There we go. Okay, there we go. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. I got the cheeseburger with me. Cheeseburger. I want some cool air to rush into my room. I think that would be so nice. I think that would be so nice. But also, Jams, why don't we swap over to the bandle, the scrandle, the wigged a wandle. Oog. Oog. There's a lot of folks streaming today. I feel like everyone's streaming. I mean, it is Saturday, so it makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. Let's do the daily scrandle. Let's do the... Okay, we've got a sausage and bread or popcorn chicken and chips. This is the bonus round. I'm going to the popcorn chicken. I love me some chicken. I love me some popcorn chicken. Ew. Pies, peas, and gravy, or kiwi and sausage pizza. I know it's going to be unpopular, but I'm going with the sausage and kiwi. Because I would rather have that over the other thing. Choripon, or Angus beef cheeseburger. 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 We're going to speedrun this. Black pudding. Hi, Bond. Hi, Bond. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Doing some scrandle. We got a black pudding sausage roll or burger and chips. What's up? What's up? How's your day going? How's your Saturday going? I'm gonna go with the burger and chips. Really? Interesting. Look at stream. Ooh, nice meal. Enjoy your lurky lurk. Thanks for lurking. Hot dog. Toffee apple crumble. Ooh. Really? People don't want the apple crumble? It's Sunday night working. Ugh. That's rough. That's rough. Well, that stuff looks like it's about to slide off. Chicken schnitzel. Enjoy your lurky lurk, maker. Steak pie or chips and Nutella. Chimkim. Yeah. Steak pie. Oh, they got mashed potatoes all over the place. What the hell? Peppy pizza. I don't really like today's. That's a big old dollop. That's a tiny pizza. That's a tiny pizza. That's like a 4-inch pizza. Sauces and chips in a roll. That sounds better than this tiny pizza. 26 pounds. That's like probably $30 US. Sausage and chips. Easy. No one wants that ripoff. I mean, all of this is kind of a ripoff. Bratwurst with grilled bread. It's not too bad. Actually, it looks like it was cooked fairly nicely. Or jerk chicken with plantain and rice. The chicken. The chicken. What? Is that like a vegan hot dog? I'm so confused. What kind of hot dog is that? And why does it have a hamburger bun? Did they run out of hot dog buns? That looks more like an egg roll. A really long egg roll. That has to be some sort of like vegan hot dog. It has to be. There's no other way. There's no way it could be anything else. It has to be some sort of vegan hot dog. We're going with the chicken burger. Obviously. 7 out of 10. The community average is 7.1. This one was a little suspect. Anyway, let's go on to the real game. The real game. Game Duel. Cover art. This is the one that I like doing. I like doing Game Duel. Oh, this is Escape the Backrooms. Because, no, wrong one. Escape the Backrooms. I literally played it the other week. I guess like a month ago. Like, that's funny. That's funny. This game's alright. It's okay. It's not the best backrooms. I think the other one, uh, was it like escape the backrooms together, escape together, backrooms escape together, I think is the other one. I think that one looks better and it has more levels. I haven't played it yet, but I have access to it. That one seems more interesting. This one was all right. Um, a lot of the puzzles and chases were really annoying and not well made because they were trial and error. And I don't think chases and puzzles are good if you have to do trial and error. I mean, some of them can be what the artwork. Wait, have I seen this before? Oops, limb. Superliminal? Is this superliminal? No, it's not superliminal. Um, um, 5 average guesses. This isn't like the Stanley Parable, right? Stanley Parable? No. It's not indie. What is this? What is this? I have no clue what this even is. I feel like I've seen it before, though. Some sort of backrooms? Backrooms? Is this another backrooms? No. Wait, maybe. No way to escape the backrooms again. No. Wait, is this Surgeon Simulator? Oh, it's Surgeon Simulator 2. That's where I've seen it before. I think I've played this one with my friends a long time ago, but it was really, really janky and buggy. Really janky and buggy. Hmm. Hmm. Aw. Average of 3 guesses. Um. Uh. Flower design. It's kind of Hawaiian. Islander flower design. Um. I don't know. I. I don't. I don't know. Hi, Doc. Hi, Doc. Nice. That's a nice amount of snacks, Doc. Nice. You're taking a nap? Well, good morning, Doc. Good morning. Did you have a good nap? Was it awesome? Was it incredible? Everything you wished it to be? We're on Game Duel now. I'm trying to figure out what the heck this character might be. Right, 3 average guesses. I guess Garfield is not a video game character. Sorry, Doc. Garfield had games. Yeah, I know. That's what's weird. Like, why is Garfield not a video game character? He's in video games. Hmm. It looks like the very like the most vaguely familiar it can possibly be. Hmm. I'm trying to rack my brain to remember if I've ever seen a character with some piece of clothing with this design. Because even if you know the game, you have to know the character's name. And I doubt that this game would do any like skins in like any type of game. I think it would be like the default look of the character. Hmm. I don't know. I'm just gonna do like Zelda. I know it's not Zelda. Okay. It seems like the character is feminine. We have the leg. It looks indie. Hey, Desco, enjoy your looky lurk. Why am I getting so many Disneyland at, oh, it's the 70th anniversary. I don't know. I retract my earlier statement by this looks like the most vaguely familiar possible way. It does. I've never seen this character before. At least to my recollection, I haven't seen this character before. Very stylized. Polynesian characters. See, it also has a specific art style. Say, yeah, I know there's Mauga. Oh, Maui. It's a very distinct Maui, the shapeshifter. Okay, well that's um okay. This doesn't really help. This doesn't help at all. Why are there Fortnite characters? From here, maybe? Mystery of the Tiki? Of the T. Okay, I don't think it's... I have no clue. Hi, Akita. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Oh, I'm just gonna guess Lilo. I don't think it is. Okay, none of the characters... Maui. God, I have no clue. Average of 3 guesses? How do I spell Mauga? Mauga. What? They don't consider Mauga? What? Mauga. What? They don't have Mauga in here? Obviously, it's not just retro games. There's new games in here. What the fuck? Tracer. They have Tracer? But they don't have Mauga? What game is this? Human, female. I have no clue what game this is. I Mario. Well, no, I know it's um sure. I've already given up. Birdo. Which video game does this character belong? I don't fucking know. I have no clue. Mario. Dr. Mario. Chia? Chia? The character was Chia from Chia. Huh? Chia. It came out in 2023? I have never seen anything about this game before. What? How did people get it in 3 guesses? They must have seen stuff about it then. I would assume. I've never seen anything about this game. That's crazy. Jams, have any of you ever heard of the Chia? This is the first time I'm learning about it. Huh. Huh. Mummy Silly Sequel. The Mummy. The Mummy does not have a video game. Mummy Silly Sequel. Mummy Silly Sequel. What games have a mummy? What games are silly? What games are a sequel? Crash Bandicoot. Crash Bandicoot 2. Caveman minigames screaming. Mummy and caveman minigames. Rabbids. Rabbids go home. Raving Rabbids. Oh. Wait, time travel. I think I've played this one. Raving Rabbids travel in time. I've played this one. I had this one for the Wii. I remember playing this one. I don't remember how far I got. Once I saw the screaming and the caveman, I was like, oh, I know that. I know that one. I played that one. I reckon I can figure that one out. Okay, one more jams. Skyrim. It's not just, it's older. It's newer than 2011. It's not just single player. Oh, my eye, owie. Terraria. Oh, side view. Oh, Terraria came out in 2011 as well, huh? Side view. It's not. Okay, so it's not adventure or role RPG, but platform, indie, multiplayer, cooperative. Brawl Stars or Brawlhalla. Older than 2017. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Oh, that was 2018. Hmm. Huh. Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat 10. Newer than 2015. It's not just a fighting game. Also, platformer, indie, arcade. Okay. It's newer than 2015, so it's got to be 2016. It has to be 2016. Side view. Okay, we'll take the hint. Show the clue. Split screen, multiplayer, single player, cooperative. Well, that was a shitty hint. I regret taking that hint. Party. It might be party action. Fantasy. Or, oh, shoot. What was... Oh, hold on. I need to look at something. A game. That friend has. Game that friend has. What was it? What was it? I know it's a side view. It's It's technically a platformer because you're racing. I don't know what year it came out in. Maybe I'll be able to find it here. Maybe I'll be able to find it. Come on, where are ya? Where are ya? What year did you come out? What year did you come out? Where the hell are you? I'm searching, I'm searching. I'm searching. I'm searching. What is it called again? Did it start with an S? Did it not start with an S? What the hell did it start with? What? Okay, hold on. Let me search. This friend. Oh. What was it? What was it? I remember I played it a lot on Xbox. I played it a lot on Xbox. Okay. Okay. Wait. I can't remember the name of it. I know I should know the name. Can't remember the name of it. Shucks. Shucks. Side view racing multiplayer game. Foot racing. Speed runners, that's what it's called. Speed runners. Speed runners. Okay, it was the same year, but it's not speed runners. Damn. Hmm. 2016 releases. 16 game releases. Let's look at this. Stardew Valley Thieves and Overwatch. Started 4. Side scrollers. Inside, no. Owlboy, no. Shovel Knight. Maybe Shovel Knight. Maybe. Highwayo, Highwayo. Oh, hell yeah. Shaking it. Shaking it. Shovel Knight? Maybe? No, that's 2014. Why did this lie to me? Google AI should always be truthful. It should never lie to me. I'm just kidding. Okay, let's look at like top 10 indie games of 2016. Why don't we do that? Okay, this Sheltered. Darkest Dungeon. Witness, no. Oxenfree, no. Firewatch, no. No. Stardew Valley? It's not a platformer, though. Inside is not multiplayer. Valhalla. Honor. Shim generated. Is it multiplayer? Enter the Gungeon? Oh, it could be Enter the Gungeon. Hold on. Enter the Gungeon. No, it's not. What could it be? It's probably something simple that I would never have thought of. Stardew Valley. Move or die. Yeah, I would never have thought of that. Is this like just a party game? A slop of party game? Well, at least with some of these, I would never guess them. Never. Move or die. What is move or die? Move or die. Images. Okay, so yeah, it kind of looks like Battle Block Theater in a way. Wonder if it was trying to like go in that direction. Maybe. Maybe. But we'll never know. Alright, let's swap over, shall we? Let's swap over. We'll be back to just the reading time eventually. It's Terraria time. Wait, what the heck? Why is my title all weird? What? Entities. What? What did I have my title as? I feel like it was something clever. What did I have it as? I guess that I don't. I don't remember what my title was. Bones, who was that character you thought was Garfield? It was the character Chia from the game Chia. Hi, Mystic. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Yeah, from the hit game Chia. My chair is stuck. My chair is still stuck. Holy shit. I love my chair mat. Question. What is your question, Mystic? Ugh. 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 How do I feel about Repo? Repo's pretty darn fun. I'll say that. Repo's pretty darn fun. It's just the right amount of silly. Well, you can never have too much silly. You can never have too much silly. I don't remember what I was doing last in Terraria. Hi Jay. Have I found the Apache yet in Terraria? I have not. I'm on a journey to find it though, eventually. What was I last doing in Terraria? I don't remember what I was last doing. I know I explored the dungeon. I got my thingy. I got the that one, the arcane, the wreck. I randomly get the modded repo itch and need to play. I see. I appreciate the invite. Yes. Yes. I'll also do this, just in case. That's not how you spell it. That's also not how you spell it. Boom. 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 That would make it easier. Hell yeah. Looking at different body beep beep beep. Yep. Oh right, I forgot. I must do a silly little right, pause music. We got in-game music. Well, I guess there's no in-game music right now. That sucks. There's in-game sounds, though. I don't remember. Maybe I was looking for the Apache helicopter. We finished the jungle homes, the little jungle gazebos. No, not gazebos, just little jungle huts. Desert is still nothing. Snow is nothing. Beach is nothing. Underground is also nothing. I was gonna do the underground here. Maybe I should go explore the jungle. I'm not ready to fight the wall of flesh. I still have to make more platform. Oh, that's what I was going to do in the off time. I was going to beautify the platform. I also need to straighten out this whole... Where's the demon altar? Is there. So yeah, we need it on the right side. I could do that in spare time. Let's go to the jungle. Let's go to the jungle, shall we? I also want to fish. We need to fish. We're gonna find some rare creatures. West. Sky Lakes. Okay. Sky Lakes. Aurora Borealis. Whoa. Boom, 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 boom. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, let's get our fishing gear out. Perfectly safe and guarded. I love summons. They're incredible. Come on, Bobber. Come on, Bobber. Gonna get a lot of bass. Jams, do any of you want some bass dishes? We can make some fine food with the bass. Because we're gonna have a lot of bass. We're gonna have a lot of bass. There was one weapon that I wanted to see if I can get. Because I think it's pretty hard mode. Maybe it's early mode. Maybe I can't get it yet. But it's a new weapon. Balloon pufferfish. Oh, hell yeah. I wish I could get him with a frog leg. I really want another frog leg. Oh wait, what am I doing? Duh, I need that. Duh. I forgot about my gnome. Oh. Well, that was easy. Well, that was easy. I guess we can go back home now. I still don't actually have a home, so there's that matter. I want to look up some beach homes that I can participate. Seaweed planter. Ooh. Okay. Boom. What home should we work on next? I need to think of designs. I actually want to pause it really quick and look up deck of cards. Weapon Terraria. Killing deck. Killing deck. It's hard mode. Oh, okay, it's hard mode. Okay, that's fine. Okay, we'll just wait till hard mode. That's a-okay. That's a-okay. I expected that much. That's fine. I want to get more ears. Oh no, bad news, Jams. The authorities are on their way. Be careful. I'll put that there. Sure, why not? Sorry, I'm gonna go fight the bee. I want to fight the queen bee a couple times. Because I think that would be good. Bones! Die! Excuse me. Hi, Die. Hi, Die. I hope you had a good stream last night. I was lurking for a bit. Hi. Get my sword back. I was lurking for a bit. I want a bunny army. Come here, bunnies. You're mine. Alright, let's go to the jungle. Let's go to the jungle. But I hope you're having a good Saturday. Bunny. You see the new fit? I'm pretty sure I did. I liked it. It looked nice. It looked nice. From what I remember. It's been very good. All stress gone. Ooh, good, good. I'm glad the stress is gone. That's always a good thing. Okay, let's go to the jungle. I like my little jungle homes. I think they're nice. They kind of turned out just how I wanted them to be. They look very simplistic, and that's purposeful. That's purposeful. There's a duck. But are you stuck there? Turtle. Frog. Whoa there. Oh. You're trying to kill the piranha, I see. I'm gonna catch all the little critters I can. Because I think that would be good for the environment. It was down here, it was down here. Also, bad news, Jams, the authorities are here. Run and hide while you still can. Ow. Let's look at the map. We have one hive to the left. Do I have any bomb? Oh, wait, there's a golden chest. Down to the left as well. I have a limited amount of bombs. I need to make more. Grab the slime. You never have enough slime. Okay, just down here. Snail. Snail. I can't make it up the hole. I can't make it up the hole. Okay, there we go. There we go. I finally made it up. I can't control my jump, though. Thank you, Katifa. I appreciate you. A Bezoar? A Bezoar? No way, I got a Bezoar without even trying to find a Bezoar? That's crazy. That's insane. Guppy, buggy, buggy, guppy. Oh, wait, I make a campfire. Maybe. The bomb beneath me. Or not a bomb, but a boulder. There's a boulder beneath me. Ow. Boulder beneath me. That means there's probably treasure. I'm trying to make a big area to throw one right there. This is tin brick. What's in here? Oh. Just placing torches everywhere right now. And good news, Jams, the authorities are gone. Interrogations are over. I got a slime staff? No way, that's... What? I'm getting so lucky today. Ow. Oh, am I gonna survive this? Fuck. Oh, I was so close. Oh, I was so close. Oh, I was so close to Torch God. Damn. But holy mo- I got a Bezor. Oh, wait. Good news, Jams. The interrogations are over. Authorities are gone. If you had to sit through any advertisements, or you got yourself an authority pass of some kind, I appreciate you. I thank you. We're free now for the time being. But holy moly, a Bezor, immunity to poisoned, and a slime staff? What? I mean, it's feeble, but still. A freaking slime staff? That's crazy. Okay, I need to grab some potions. This chest, right? Yeah, let's grab a banana split. Swiftness. Iron skin. Reduce potion cooldown. Ooh. Grab a couple of those. Tree potion. Night owl. Shine. Spelunker. We don't need that. Yum. Banana split. Why is the banana split less? Alright, give me the chicken nugget then. Give me the chicken nugget. need... I should grab some different armor. I should make some different armor so that have a higher defense. Yeah. Armor. What kind of defense? Ranged. Five. 20. 15. Okay, we'll equip these for now. We have 19 defense now. Armored worm scarf. Okay, I think this is probably as good as we're gonna get. Campfire. Wait. It would be under furniture, right? Campfire. Boom. Okay. Let's go back. Let's defeat this torch god. Let's say bye-bye, torch god. Never needed you anyway. Well, no, I need a torch. I don't need the torch god, but I want the torch god. Blessing. I want the blessing of the torch god. I want the blessing of the torch god. Ow. Do I not have my little critters with me? Boom, boom, boom. Hi, Nox. Hi, Nox. Hi, Nox. Hope you're doing well. Is this one really better than the bee? Ow. Okay, now we have to wait for a second. Really, it's not going to go for the red slime. Oh, there we go. Ow. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Shit, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna fucking die. God damn it. The game was fucking lagging. The game was lagging. Maybe I have to build a better arena for the Torch God. Maybe I have to build a better arena. Torch God Arena. TERRARIA. Okay, hold on. Let me just watch this. Oh. Ah. I see what I should do. Okay. I should build a bigger arena and then place the torches in the center of said arena. That would be a lot easier. Because then you can control where the torches are coming from. Oh, that's so much smarter than what I just haphazardly put together. Yeah, that's a lot better than what I did. Okay. Okay. What I found out, you can't just haphazardly place them. Well, I mean, you can. If A, you're skilled enough, or B, you have enough health. Which A, I'm not skilled enough, nor B, do I have enough health. So we're just gonna do it the easy way. I'm gonna make a big old box. A big old box. I need to make more sticky dynamite though. Real quick, I'm looking for more fireflies. No more fireflies, okay. So a box. Oh, there's more fireflies. Ooh, the butterfly. See, I like... Where do I want to make this box? I suppose I could literally just make it down here. Yeah, that could work. Then I just need rope and... rope and... campfires. Easy peasy lemon squeezy jams. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Because the campfires will produce light and regeneration. Okay, let's make those. Whoops. Furniture. 84 is probably overkill if I'm being honest. What the? Fireflies in the house. Oh my goodness, there's so many fireflies. Wait, we need to go talk to the fisherman, the angler. Good googly moogly, there's so many fireflies. I can't even see them all. I'm just looking at when they're blinking. It's fine. I don't even need the potions. Armor. We can put the armor away somewhere, though. I need platform. There's more fireflies! Why are there so many? They just keep spawning. They just keep spawning. We're gonna have an infinite supply of fireflies. I just got 9 right there. I can make so many fireflies in a bottle. That is one of my favorite light sources, though. Where is my dynasty wood? Oh, look. There it is. Oh my goodness, there's more. Just got 7 more. How are you missing him? Like, how are you possibly missing him? Where would the rope be? The rope be over here. Where did I put all my rope? Oh, there's chain. Ah, there's my rope. Oh my goodness. I don't understand why there's so much, but I'm not going to complain. That's a lot of fireflies, Jams. How many fireflies do I have in total now? I have 115 fireflies. They can also be used as... There's more. Oh my god, they're in the homes. What the hell? Is this like a... Do I just get unlimited fireflies here? That's pretty nifty. That's pretty nifty. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty nifty. That's pretty neat. Okay, anyway, let's, where's the demolitionist? I need to buy more dynamite. No, I need to go to the fisher, the angler first. Honey. Okay, now we need to go to the jungle. Alright, let's just go down. We're gonna go into... I'm only looking at the map right now. I'm not looking at anything else. We need to go into the beehive. Need to sell space. Ouch. Ouch. Fish in the honey. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Come on. Come on. Is it gonna bob? Is it bob in the honey? Got a bob. Is there not enough honey? Is there actually not enough honey? Oh, great googly. That's a lot of bees. That's a lot of bees. Is this enough honey? Is this enough honey? Please be enough honey. Please, Bob. Is it not enough honey? We need to be even more honey? Oh, good grief. Does the beehive not make honey when they're lying? I thought that's how it worked. I thought that the beehives made more honey when they are destroyed. That's not how it works? Was I mistaken? Boom. That's how it's supposed to work, right? I'm not... Yeah, see, look at all that. That's a lot more honey. Right there. Yeah. More honey falls. Okay. Now let's try it again. I mean, now it's probably reset where it's another fish. Okay, now it works. Now it works. Okay, there wasn't enough honey before. That makes sense. That makes more sense. Oh, I probably need to redo... Wait, what am I doing? I have a whole... I have a fishing attire for this. Oh, it returns you after a certain point. That's cool. I did not know that. I don't know what the honey fin is used for. Probably a potion of, like, regeneration. Likely. Yeah, I think at this point, we're not going to get much. I think the quest changed. I'll just catch whatever, you know. Okay, there we go. Boom. Alright, let's go back. What do you have to show me? Oh. Yeah, sure. That's what you had to show me? Okay. Cool. Thankies. Thankies, little goober. Boom, boom. Alright, let's go talk to the angler once more. See what his quest is for today. Glowing mushroom fields. Okay. We can do that. This one's closer to that one. Down the hole we go. Down the holy hole we go. So the mushroom field is just in there. There should be enough water. If not, I can just blow that bit up real quick. Ooh, wait, is that lava mouse? Ow. Evil. Tim! 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 I got the wizard hat! The wizard hat! Mouse. Rats and mice. Oh shoot, I forgot to grab my doohickey. Another Tim. Look at a little guy down there. Okay, let's... Oh, this should be more than enough water to at least fish a bit with. Oh, wooden crate, I'll take that. I'll take that. You can never go wrong with a wooden crate. I mean, I'd rather have... Whoops, I didn't mean to drop that. I didn't mean to drop that. Actually, we just need the glowing mushroom fish. What is it, the glowfin? That would be an understandable name for him. Ow. Maybe I should... Maybe I should, yeah, use one of those. Boom. Boom. There we go. Easy peasy. Lemon greasy. Whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. That's not at all what I wanted to do. A whoopee cushion. Yippee! That's not what I wanted to do. I don't have my little thing. I can't... Quick stack. I wanted to quick stack. Not... I don't know why I clicked on new ball. Increase magical damage. But that one, minions. Whoopee bushin' mouse. Mouse whoopee bushin'. Whoopee bushin' and mouse is something. Can I get another piece of the thing? Angler vest? That's... equip that there. I got another seaweed planter. I want to become the ultimate fisher. Truly worthy of using the master bait. And the golden rod. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to do. Torch God. Jams, I completely forgot about Torch God. And now we're in the underground. Just gonna take all of this, get rid of all of this. All of it's going away. All going away. All going away. Whoops. I missed the explosion there. Or I missed the target there. Oh. Hi, Urple. Hi, Urple. Care package and 35 stream streak. That's 35 bones, Urple. You can make more than a full human arm. Care package, alright. Hydrate. Stretch. Where was Pinky? I don't see any Pinkies here. I don't see any Pinkies here. Boop. 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 Enjoy your lurky lurker, Bull. Always good to see ya. Oh, that's a big bout of water. That's a big bout of... Oh, there's Pinky. I found Pinky. Come here, Pinky. Come here, Pinky. Boom. You got the pink gel. That's what I care about. I'm gonna get hurt by this. I'm gonna get hurt by this. Oh, no, I'm not. Throw one over there, and then throw one right here. Kablooey. It's just a big enough area that kind of seems though we need to get this little chunk out of the way. And then it will be perfection. Ow. Ouchie. Owie. This should be like a big enough area. Methinks. I'll just make a line of dirt over everything. Yeah, there we go. And then campfire here. And oh, there's a lot of there's a lot of goobers. A lot of goobies. Campfire. And then we'll grab the platform. Oh, I should really get onto this one. Oh my god, I can place them so quickly. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Look at how fast that place is. Oh. More rope. Perfect. Come here, mouse. We need one on this side. Boom. Boom. Oh yeah, this is perfect. Oh, this is perfect. It's gonna work. It's going to work. Now I just need... I don't have any wood. Hold up. How much wood do I need for a workbench? There we go. Oh, I need 10. There, that's perfect. Ow. I forgot this one doesn't have fall production. That one. There, now we're like in the middle. Perfect. A little bit more. Boom. Campfire there. I think we're ready. I think we're ready. How is that not 100? Oh. Oh, this is much more, this is a lot better than the first time. Ow. He's taking some of the torches around me. I did it! Ow. Ow. Let's go. You've acquired hot dog. Yippee! Hooray! On. Sick. Now my little torch god arena, done. We don't gotta worry about that anymore. Alright, let's go back home really quick and drop everything off. Ritters. Ritters. Worms. Worms. Worms AM. Let's go check in with the angler. The angler, the angler, the angler. Go check in with the angler. Is your hot dog delicioso? Die. Only one fish a day. Frick you. When does it turn day? When is it actually day? Do we know that? Is it 4 a.m.? I think it's 4 a.m. in the game is when day occurs. Is when day occurs. Right? I can't see the moon, but the light is shining from over here. So, oh, there's the moon. There's the moon. It's in the corner of the screen. Hold on. Wait, I gotta... Wait a second. Hold on. Why is... February so far up? Wait, what? Oh, we got moved. There we go. He's... I noticed that yesterday, and then I just forgot to change it. Now it's morning. Yeah, okay, it was 4 a.m. There, now Bonesy is back on top of the Jasper bush. Get in the caverns, bows. Caverns, we had a lake down there. You know, I kind of want a hot dog now. Although I had a burger, so I think I'm okay for today. Oh, right. My little lake spot is here. Oh, I still have... Wicked. Blue jellyfish. Blue jellyfish. Oops, I'm on the wrong one. There we go. This is my fishing one. Back to the fish. There we go. I think this gets me closer to the gnome. The gnome. The gnome. Oh, easy. There we go. I will just favorite that. Put this in a chest. Meow. Oh yes, you get a pet now. You get pet now. Sonar potion. Man. That's not what I was hoping for. I want more parts of the fish finder, but... Okay, hold on. Let me... Guide, Mr. Guide. Mr. Guide. Logan. Crafting. We need the Fisherman's Pocket Guide and the Weather Radio. Let's go fight Queen Bee. I want to fight the Queen Bee. Queen Bee. I don't know why I didn't just take the... I guess we can take the one over here. I still want to do something really cool with the desert pylon. And over here, I'm going to make sort of like backgrounds that are like... It's going to be kind of like a cave. And there'll be like the above ground desert that'll have more trees above it. Actually, I don't think they will have any trees above. Trees will be below, and then there'll be an opening right above the oasis water pit. And the houses, the homes will also be sort of hanging from the ceiling of the cave. I think that'll be cool. I like that. I like that plan. Ow. Alright, let's go fight that bee. Let's go fight that queen. We're gonna become the queen ourselves. Queen Bones time. No more Queen Bee. I did get everything I wanted there. Alright. Oh, my gnome. Like a gnome. I can't. I do kind of want more jungle spores and whatnot. Ow. forgot to... Oopsie. Oh, now there's just... Brother, stop. You're gonna kill us all. You're gonna summon the queen bee and kill us all. Oh, right, you can't normally place those. But, oh, damn it. There, that's what I wanted to place. This might be an even better honey pond than the other one. Genuinely, it might be a better honey pond. Okay, let's get ready. Oh, I probably should have, like, added in many holes. Last dynamite. If that blows it up, oh well. Well, okay, that didn't blow it up, but, you know, something else did. Okay. Ow, ow, ow. Ouch. Ouch. Oh, that was too close. That was too close. Holy moly. I thought I was a goner. To be so for real, I thought I was a goner. Got a mind, got a mind, got a mind. Oh yeah, bad news, Jams. The authorities are on their way. Be careful. isn't all that bad. It's the honey blocks that are evil. Let's place these back. Welcome back, Jaime. Welcome back. We beat it up with the creature. Ow. We beat it up the creature. Oh no, the authorities are here. Jaime, did you have a good nap? There's some good news and bad news. Was the nap good, but your headache's still gone? The good news is the headache is gone. Yippee! Hooray! What's the bad news? You're hungry now, you gotta make food. The bad news is their body decided not to cooperate today. Ugh. That's unfortunate. Change. That's a lot of silt. As you eat something like in the morning. But after that, I'm gonna have a headache, and I'm not gonna tolerate food you gave me. Oh no! Oh, that's just the worst. I love when bodies like, no, today we're not gonna like that food. Yesterday would have been fine, but today, no. Today is not a good day for that food. Just because body don't feel like it. You need something. Yes. Maybe something light. I don't know. Maybe something that won't upset the body. Body would be like, okay, that's fine. What was I hoping to get? The bee gun. I was hoping to get the bee gun. That's what I was hoping to get. Ooh, ancient cobalt helmet. Hell yeah. I don't know when I got that, but hell yeah. Put the mud there. Got a lot of stingers. I don't know. I like the stingers. I need to find another beehive. You find another beehive. You think something you put in your lunch wasn't in good condition? Oh, that would suck. If that's what is that. If that is what. If that is what is that. If that is what happened. Oh my. Holy moly! I could not speak. Now let's see. There's probably. I don't have any bombs. I need to go buy more bombs. Fine, it's cool. Bing bang. Okay, there's a bunch of honey over here. Where did this honey go? Oh, it probably just. Right. Okay, that makes sense. There's a tree over here. Huh. Yippee. That's so true. I haven't put Yippee on here yet. Put Yippee there soon. Yippee hives all over the place. Yippee hives everywhere. Beehives everywhere. Maybe I should go grab some hellstone. Yeah, maybe I should grab some hellstone actually. Bone Stinky, yes! Hey! That's rude. Well, oh my god. Oh. Oh wow. Okay. Oh. Oh, I didn't. Oh. Oh, I didn't expect that. Don't. Oh, that got me good, Crow. Well, I guess I gotta go take another bath. Or I guess another shower. Guess I wasn't... Guess I was too stinky. I'm too stinky. Not clean enough. Boots. We can take those. We can take those. We can take those. Because I, the Crow, scares streamers since 2021. Welcome in, Crow. It's good to see you. Calling me stinky and scaring me. Yeah. I'm just not allowed to win. Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on. Oh, I have to go back up. I have to go back up. There's something back up. There's something back up. Where I initially tried to fight the Torch God. There was a boulder that I want to break because maybe I can get the new boulder pet. Because yeah, there's I think since this is the medium, there's 3 guaranteed boulders. There's a lot of moonbloom. But how are you doing, Crow? How's your day been? Thank you for scaring me. That was... Oh, that got me really bad. You got me good there. But hey, if chat isn't scaring the streamer, are you really chat? Does that make sense? Are you a true chatter if you're not scaring your streamer? It was not the fabled. It was not the silly one. It was not the silly one. Okay, we can go back down. We can go back down. 1 a.m. It's almost the next day. Okay. No. I do like being able to just fall now. Being able to just fall is really nice. Collecting the life crystals with no care in the world. No one else need them. Need them? Need them. It's just me. It's just me. It's just me. Alright, let's go to the underworld. Oh. I don't need the glow sticks. Oh, chest was cool though, I suppose. Ow, what? What just hit me? Boom, boom, boom. Oh, yes. Yeah! Oh, let's go. Oh, I finally got a staff of regrowth. Let's freaking go. Oh, let's freaking go. Don't need that. I'll take the gold. I don't need that. Oh, now I can make the axe of regrowth. Let's freaking go. Jams, this is most epic. This is most epic. I needed to start... Wow, I'm getting so lucky in this world. Okay, we can't go down this way. We gotta go back. This way? No, I don't think that's the way. We just have to mine down. Just little bit back and forth. Little back and forth. Shimmy, 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 yeah. Shimmy, 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 shimmy. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah. Shimmy, 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 shimmy. There's dynamite over there. Dynamite. There's the dynamite. There's dynamite. Dine did might. That dine really did might, didn't it? I have the overwhelming urge to play Marvel Rivals. Oh, ow. Deadlock. And or Overwatch. Maybe I'll play all of the above tonight. At some point. No, it just broke. You gotta scour like the entire world if you actually want to find. Mahogany, mahogany. Do I need a hive wand? No. I already have a hive wand. Lizard temple. Jams. Look, we found a lizard temple. Take all the wood because I know other trees will grow. Let me down, let me down. Ow? What freak hurted me? Was it a bumblebee? Was it a bumblebee? Might have been a bumblebee. Or one of the waspies. Ouch. Ouch. Better to light it. Ow. Geysers hurt. Geysers like really hurt. I see another geyser. I see another geyser. I want to grab it. Where did I see it? Well, maybe I thought I saw it, but I didn't actually see it. That could have been the case. Oh! That's a no-go. Yeah, that's a no-go. Wait, there's honey? There's honey that way. Interesting. Hold on, let's... Oh, it was a slanted block, that's why I couldn't. There has to be a source of honey over here, right? Yeah. Whoa there, bud. Chill. Chill. Diamond. Mining diamond. Mining diamond. I think I just kind of want to... Do I have any bombs? I do have a bomb. Can I make sticky bombs? No, I don't have any slime. Oh, right here. Ow. Okay, I'm gonna die. Yeah, I'm gonna die. Fuck. No, no. Fuck. Damn it. There goes that queen bee. God damn it. All right. That was a failure. Oops. Do that one. Then what do we need for... Where'd the honey bottles go? It's probably in... No. No. No, it wasn't over here. Was it over here? Yes. Logan, help. Honey block, stinger, hive, bottled honey. Okay. Honey block. Where's the honey block? Stinger. Hive. 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 Do I not have any honey block? Oh, I might not have honey block. Okay. That's fine. We can get... We can get more honey. Now where's my... There's buckets of honey. Honey buckets. Yep, yep, yep. Okay. What time is it? It's 1 p.m. in game. Wait, I can just make these? Oh. Oh. Okay. Well, I've got 2. That's neat, I suppose. That's, does more damage, but it has a charge up. It has a wind up. It's not very accurate. It's good for, like, targets moving in one direction or staying still. Might go back to my other one if I'm being punished. What is that? Oh, interesting. Nearby torches will be converted to match the biome. That's cool. Make some of those. And some thorns. Yeah, what else? Oh. What was I doing? What was I making? Axe of regrowth. Dangerous axe of regrowth. And then if I have a boomerang, make hornet staff. Oh, yippee! The hive of 5. Ooh. Oh, we can make a fish tank. There's your helmet. Garland. Oh. Stink bug. Holy moly, there was a lot of stink bugs. Ah, my potion. My potion, my potion, my potion, my potion, chums. My potion. What exactly do I need? Wait, how do you make the new... what? Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. Wait a second. Hold on. How... How does one do this? How does one do this? We have the boom ring of regrowth. Boomerang of regrowth. Be hard moored. Oh, okay, 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 okay. That's how. You throw it into the shimmer. The shimmer. 10. Someone's a hornet to fight with you. How many stink bugs? I only have 8? Oh, you need like 20 of them. Oh. You need like 20 of them or something like that? Or do you just need 10? Just need 10. I think it's 20. You need 20 for the stinky sword. Hydrate. Okay, I can do that. Holy moly, Akita. 25 stream streak. That's 25 whole bones. You almost have enough to make a full human arm. Can you believe that? Almost enough for a full human arm. That's crazy. You're looking to it. Don't apologize. I appreciate you. That's awesome. I love lurkers. I love when people lurk. Now let's see. So we're gonna go to the shimmer. Okay, let's go to the shimmer. More stink bug. More stink bug. Why is there... I'm not going to question why there's so many stink bugs. I'm only going to ask, why is there not more stink bug? Why is there not more stink bug? Huh? Give more stink bug. Oh, that's bird. Doc is secretly married. Me neither. Now we have 16 stick bug. Okay, let's go quickly over to Mr. Man over here. Corruption. Okay. Corruption. Fishing spot. Not over there. No, it is over there. Okay. It is over there. Kita likes head pats and hugs. Yippee! I feel like most people would enjoy head pats and hugs. Maybe more like half of the people. Hey, that's not bad right off the bat. I won't complain about that. Oh, easy. Nice. Nice. That was such a quick trip. Come on, give me the weather. Fish hook, the Duke. Fish hook. Oh. I think I like a skeleton hand better. That's neat. There, you can have... It's not what I wanted. It's not what I wanted. What do you got, bud? Freeze water. Oh. Destroy most tiles. Destroy most tiles. Okay, we need to buy a... Whoops, okay, that's a little more than I was expecting. Fish hook. As much as I like Happy Bomb, I think I want a little Babblebee floating with me. Yeah, I'll put Kativa in the... Here. In here. Mr. Man. Bomb. Power bomb. Any cobalt bar. Oh. And what does this do? A large explosion can destroy hard mode ores. Ooh, okay, so we'll... What the? I had more... You got anything new? No, we've got just the same stuff. I should do Old One's army at some point. The jam here is a Plinko setup for tonight. The hell does that mean? What exactly does that mean? Symbols. I didn't have enough slime. I'm out of slime. Or gel, not slime, gel. I'm out of gel. Are you serious? How did I not have enough gel? What? That's crazy. That's crazy. What? I don't have enough gel. Oh well. Let's go over to back to the jungle. We're just fighting some bosses. Wait. Here first. Forge. That's a lot of numbers. Right, dear BBB. I don't really need those in my hotbar necessarily, right? Right. I just need them because I can hold shift and be able to mine. So I can just do that. Yeah. I can just do that. Oh. Huh. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I like that. I like this setup better. Back to the jungle. Back to the jungle. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. So which arena was more successful? I think it was the second dive was more successful. I think that was the better arena. Still have to go through the first hive to get to it. Oh, I should actually take the honey box. Yeah. Yeah, take the honey box. Okay, you know what, the hornet summon is actually pretty good. I moved too fast. Okay, so now I can make some more. Okay. Yeah. Bee gun. Damn it. Damn it. No bee gun. I should... Is there a tree nearby? There is. Ooh. There we go. Oh my goodness, I'm so slow. Can I make a campfire? I can. Sick. Serve the man a bit. Oh, never mind, we're back out. Oh, we're melting her this time. Why are you going into such a frenzy? Boom. Boom. Stop your frenzy. Yeah! I've been wanting the bee gun. It's the strength of friendly bees. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Good, that's all I wanted. I wanted friendly bees so bad. Bee pack. I mean, sure, we could try this out. Why? I don't want to go into hard mode yet. Oh, but what if? Whoa, they're like giant now. I should get a boomstick if I'm being honest. No, I don't need a boomstick. Where did all my bees go? Where'd all my grenades go? Where'd all my grenades go? My grenades. Where's all my grenades? 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 Where'd you go? Where'd I put my grenades? Did I put them up here? Mayhaps. Probably. Oh yeah, my grenades. I don't need grenades. What? Hive pack. What's over here? Warding hive pack. Ah. Warding. Good thing I needed slime. Yeah, come up here. I need you all. I need you. I'll put him right there. Slimes. Oh, slimes. Alright, we'll take care of some of the little guys. The little bushes that give me dimes. That give me dimes. Ooh, another marigold. Tris marigold. Okay, there isn't too much spawning up here. If I didn't take care of all the ones down here. No, there shouldn't be any. Oh, my many bees, go! Yes. Yeah, they're just like not spawning up here. Do they spawn less up here? Yeah, I want some wood. Oh wow, it like grew instantly. Holy moly. Whoops, I didn't mean to destroy it. What? What the? That's not even what I was holding. What? Okay, I think the slimes spawn better on the ground surface. So I think I'll have a better time getting them there. Another acorn slingshot. The 1000th blue slime. That's a lot of blue slimes. 1,000 gems. 1,000. You know what? I'm just gonna go back down here. We're just gonna go over here. Because it seems like more are wanting to spawn down here. Oh yeah, already. Already. Go, my bees, go! Do my bidding. Oh, my bees, do my bidding. Probably could have played this on Master Mode if I'm being honest. Slime has stopped raining from the sky. Go, my bee army. Maybe I could beat the wall of flesh with just bees. I think I could. I feel like I could. Bee gun. It's not even like an upgraded bee gun. It's just a normal bee gun. It's just a normal one. Do I have any new fishing quests? Or did I just do one for the day? Caught in the jungle. Close. Jungle. The jungle. The jungle. The jungle. The jungle. Not what I want, fellow fisher. There we go. That was easy. That was easy. Could I perchance obtain weather? I'm a mermaid. I'm a mermaid. I am a mermaid. Boop, boop, boop. I don't want to be a mermaid. Wait, maybe? I want to be a mermaid here. Yeah. Yeah. Right, I got a bunny fish trophy. That's pretty neat. That's pretty awesome. We like the bunny fish trophy. Where is Shimmer? Shimmer's over here. What if I were just to mine straight down? I mean, I could do that theoretically now. Oh, the sunset is so pretty. La 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 la. I want to see. Oh, gems. I don't know how long the stories are today. Probably switch over to them soon. Boom. Get destroyed, idiot. Get destroyed, bozo. Almost got them all. Almost got them all. Take you. Ow. We got the failings. Ow. Ow, stop. Stop it. Axorang. Ow, stop. Stop. I was trying to do something, you bullies. You bullies. Ooh. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. Worm. 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 Ooh. Ooh. Worm. Away we go. Away we go. Oh, we got milk. Rick, yeah. We got milk. We got milk jams. We got milk. Aether torch. Destroy. I can get as many aether torches as I want. I can get as many aether torches as I want. I actually am going to do it like that. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, because that way I don't necessarily need these out, and this will be the first one I use. I can use it to chop down trees. Whereas this one, I just need a hammer. Because the axe is only good for trees. This area I want for the underground home. I think it'd be quite perfect. Oh, this is where I was fishing. This was the better fishing spot. Anyway, this nice open area right here, actually, I think would be the prime selection spot for it. It would be the prime location. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. We can do that next time. Maybe we can work on that a little bit tomorrow. There's no pyramid here, though. That's... So, no, there's definitely no pyramid here. If I would assume here, if anything, there's not. There's nothing. There's no pyramid. I should have made a large world. Well, that probably would have been a lot to deal with. Let's test out the axe ring really quickly. Oh. He doesn't regrow them? Wait, it doesn't regrow the acorns? What? Wait, that's kind of... Can I not make an axe ring of regrowth? I don't really like that. I mean, it's handy. Oh no, the authorities are here. Rats. Rats. Can I... What? Can you not make... Can you make the axe ring of regrowth? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I thought it was one that would allow that, but I guess not. I guess not. Huh. Huh. Well, the more you know. Or I guess the more you don't know. Huh. Can you... Axe... Orang. Axe orang. Okay, wait, let's... Why is there no axe ring of regrowth? What? I don't think okay, the axe ring is nice. I don't think I like it all that much though. I guess I could just shimmer it back. Alright. Boop. There's our save. There's our exit. Reading time. Let me... Oh, I forgot to even open up this. Stream's gonna freak out for a second. Stream gonna freak out for a second. Let me change the title and the category. Did it just close on its own? Also, good news, Gems. The authorities are gone. Interrogations are over. If you had to sit through any advertisements, or you got yourself an authority pass of some kind, I appreciate you. I thank you. We're all free now. For the time being. That's disappointing. That's the whole point of the... I guess you would want to use the slingshot, the acorn slingshot and the axe ring in tandem. You chop them all down, then you shoot them around. I guess. You're adding another step, but I guess you're also... You don't have to move as much. Huh. Huh. That's a little disappointing. I'll say that much. I was kind of hoping that the... I was kind of hoping that the axe ring would act like the axe of regrowth, just in boomerang form, but it doesn't. You also have to undo. You have to undo your little guide to preservation book to chop down the trees with the axorang. So then you have a chance of killing critters and destroying the foliage, which I don't want. So I think I will just keep the axe of regrowth, since I don't like killing the critters. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, this one's scary. This... Oh. Oh, that's what those are. Okay, okay. Alright, Jams. Alright, Jams. Are we ready? Let me get the Silent Hill. Where's... Ah, there it is. Shuffle play. That should be about even. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, 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 yep. Ugh. Now let me unmask. This one? This one. I do need to change this one. Right, I had this one for the bigger sizes so I wouldn't have to... Right, right, right. That's why I had this one. That's why I had this one. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Boom. Okay, perfect. But if... Wait. No, this one's... There we go. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to get up and stretch. I suggest you all do the same, Jams. I'll play some Still Woozy in the meantime. And we'll do a little break. We'll do a little break. BRB. BRB. no. Doc, run it back. Run it back. Run it back, Doc. I can't be winning. I can't be winning. I'm not allowed to win. What? Jasper ain't allowed to win. You or Nox ain't allowed to win. I guess Co and Uni aren't allowed to win either now. Fight. 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 I know I was the winner, but no, not allowed. We gotta run it back. We gotta get a real winner. A real winner. I need to make my own stream avatars, characters for you all. Make them a bunch of different colors and whatnot. Oh, there goes Jasper. Oh, there goes Co. Maybe Akita will win one day. One day. There goes Jade. It's just Doc, Jay, and Mystic left. Oh no. Oh no. No, Jay. Well. Congratulations, Mystic. You're the newest champion of the Lab Series Battle Royale. You've won. You've won. There we go. A real winner. A real winner. Okay, wait. Let's see why. Set. Slightly less turn. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's better. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. They just used the emotes. True. This SCP is actually like a scary looking one. It's actually a scarier looking one. Actually a scary looking one. Ugh, 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 ugh. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Whoops, 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 whoops. So music's too loud or is it just right? I need to lower it just a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit. It's a little bit louder than the fire crackle, but that's okay. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Like, look, some of these images are like genuinely kind of, these are freaky. These are freaky. This is a freaky one. This is a freaky one to start off with, I'm not gonna lie. Like, holy moly. part of me kind of wants to play. Right, it's Sunday even though it's Saturday. Yeah, yeah. Sick, it's SPP stuff. Hi, Murple. Hi, Murple. How you doing? How's it going? How's it going? Yeah, we're doing the SCP stuff a day early because tomorrow I have special events that I'll be participating in. Special events. Special events. Hope your Saturday's going well. I'm just currently getting all my lurks in really quick before we start this. Boom, 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 boom. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. So we left off. Let me go back to 105 really quick. That's less frightening. That's less frightening. We left off on 105. Let's take a gander between or up to 1010 or 110. 1010, that's 1010. So this one's scary. No pictures, but this one's interesting. One's safe. Not too long. This one's explosive, also not too long. This one, a little bit longer, but not too long. Okay, I think we can get them all done. I think so we can get them all done. I think we can get them all done. Let's just go back. I don't like looking at the last picture in 106. It's really freaky. Let us see what. Daily snack. Yeah, get your daily snack. We got a Welch's fruit snack. Enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your lurky lurk, Jade. Enjoy, enjoy. So I have... I'm gonna knock on wood and hope that nothing happens this time. And I hope nothing happens this time? Because that would freaking suck. That would... That would suck. I ain't even gonna lie. That's so... Sorry, gonna drink again. You don't speak to smarty. You ate this time. You ate this time? Okay, good. Good. I'm glad you ate. I'm glad you ate this time. That's good. It's bad when you don't eat, unless you're trying to get fucked up. Unless you're trying to get fucked up. Then, maybe do that. You had cheese? Hell yeah. I love cheese. Cheese is yummy. Cheese is so yummy. Okay. Holy moly. Got us just before we started. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Magna. How was stream? What did you get up to? Ooh. Hell yeah. Ocarina of Time. Wicked. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Alico Bonethrim. I'm a mold magus and a researcher. And with my assistant Jasper at my side, we go on field studies to see what we can learn. Field studies is fancy talk for variety games. And then at the end of every week, we grab the notes from our field studies and read them aloud. Lately, we've been reading SCP stories. Normally, I do this on Sundays, but I have stuff planned tomorrow, so we moved it up to Saturday. You gotta steal that? Absolutely. Do it. But how was stream? I still need to play Ocarina of Time at some point. I've barely played any Zelda games. I've played, I think, just the two newest ones, and then a tiny bit of, what was it? A Link in Time? One of the remakes. I played like an hour's worth. But I gotta play Ocarina of Time. I always see people like doing randomizers for it, and it looks really fun. I hope you had a blast. It was fun. You played the PC fan port, which is pretty well done. Ooh, maybe I'll have to check that out. Cause I don't want to give Nintendo my money. I don't want to give them my money. I hope there's no Nintendo spies lurking. Yes, welcome in. You caught us just before starting to read SCPs. I'm hopefully going to get through 5 of them today. That's what I tried. That's what I try to go for is around 5 entries. So we'll go from 106 to 110. 106 is proving to be a spooky one. A rather startling, scary one. But welcome in. Thank you for sharing your community with me, Magna. I appreciate it. Hope you can get comfy. But also, Raiders, if any of you need to raid and run, I completely understand. It might be late. You might have things to do. Go eat, go drink, go sleep, go potty. Maybe not in that order. Do what you gotta do. But if you'd like to stay, I'd invite you to stay. Or I invite you to stay. There's a boneless chair you can plop on down into. And listen to me narrate these entries. And by boneless chair, I mean a beanbag chair. I feel a little low energy today. I think I'm a little tired. But that's fine. Maybe in that order. Who knows? Maybe. Maybe you want to go sleep and then go potty. I won't judge. I can't control you. I can just advise against that. Because it might not turn out well. It might not turn out well. Oh yes, I love horror games. I love horror in general. I love narrating and voice acting. I love video games and art. Welcome in. Get cozy. Get relaxed. The crackling's a little cozy. Instructions unclear. I'm in the shower now. Well, that could be going potty and getting a drink at the same time. So it works. It works. I suppose it works. Genius mindset. Yeah, you gotta think outside of the box. Always the optimist. The optimistic route is a good one. Let me start this recording. All right. Let's get into the roll. Item number SCP-106. Object class Keter. Special containment procedures. No physical interaction with SCP-106 is allowed at any time. All physical interaction must be approved by no less than 2/3 vote from O5 Command, and may only extend to testing situations. All staff, research, security class D, etc., are to remain at least 20 meters away from the containment cell at all times, except for mandated maintenance and reevaluation checks. In the top right corner, we have an image of a grotesque humanoid figure emerging from a darkened spot in a wall, with the description SCP-106 mid-emergence. Containment cell must be held suspended in a secondary cell, the walls of which must be at least 30 meters distant from the outer walls of the first or primary cell. The second cell is to remain under total observation at all times, and both be illuminated and clear of any and all debris. Any items, movement, or non-normal activity noted within the secondary cell will result in a full site lockdown. Lockdown will be maintained until situation normal dispatch is issued by Site Command. Any corrosion observed on the primary cell, secondary cell, staff members, or other site locations within 200 meters of SCP-106 are to be reported to site security immediately. Any objects or personnel lost to SCP-106 are to be deemed missing KIA. No recovery attempts are to be made under any circumstances. Note: SCP-106 does not have a docile state. Any reduction in activity or increased compliance from SCP-106 is to be deemed a luring tactic immediately preceding an aggressive action, and treated as such. Note: SCP discontinued due to escape percentage. Escape percentage? What does that mean? Revision 11-6. Revision 11-7. No physical interaction with SCP-106 is allowed at any time. All physical interaction must be approved by no less than 2/3. Okay, that's the same. That's the same. Any corrosion? Okay. Treated as such. Note: observation of SCP-106 has shown a site resistance when passing through lead or other similar metals. The thickness of the material appears to make no difference. In addition, multiple layers of thin material appear to slow 106, forcing it to enter and re-emerge multiple times. Fluids also appear to temporarily confuse SCP-106. Note: SCP discontinued due to multiple surface breaches. Agitation system continued to disperse corrosion during breach event, resulting in multiple breaches and full containment failure. Oh. Revision 11-8. No physical interaction with SCP-106 is allowed at any time. All physical interaction must be approved by no less than 2/3 vote from O5 Command. Any such interaction must be undertaken in AR2 maximum security sites after a general non-essential staff evacuation. All staff, research, security, class D, etc., are to remain at least 60 meters away from the containment cells at all times, except in the event of breach events. SCP-106 is to be contained in a sealed container comprised of lead-lined steel. The container will be sealed within 40 layers of identical material, each layer separated by no less than 36 meters of empty space. Support struts between layers are to be randomly spaced. Container is to remain suspended no less than 60 centimeters away from any surface by ELO-IID electromagnetic supports. Secondary containment area is to be comprised of 16 spherical cells, each filled with various fluids and a random assembly of surfaces and supports. Secondary containment is to be fitted with light systems capable of flooding the entire assembly with no less than 80,000 lumens of light instantly with no human involvement. Both containment areas are to remain under 24-hour surveillance. Any corrosion observed on any containment cell surfaces, staff members, or other site locations within 200 meters of 106 are to be reported to site security immediately. Any objects or personnel lost to 106 are to be deemed missing/KIA. No recovery attempts are to be made under any circumstances. Note: continued research and observation have shown that, when faced with highly complex random assemblies of structures, SCP-106 can be confused, showing a marked delay on entry and exit from said structure. 106 has also shown an aversion to direct sudden light. This is not manifested in any form of physical damage, but a rapid exit into the pocket dimension generated on solid surfaces. These observations, along with those of lead aversion and liquid confusion, have reduced the general escape incidence by 43%. The primary cells have also been effective in recovery incidents requiring recall protocol. Observation is ongoing. Oh. What is this? Is this a story? Yes. I think we'll read it. I feel like reading it. Yeah, I feel like reading it. Description: SCP-106 appears to be an elderly humanoid with a general appearance of advanced decomposition. This appearance may vary, but the rotting quality is observed in all forms. 106 is not exceptionally agile and will remain motionless for days at a time, waiting for prey. SCP-106 is also capable of scaling any vertical SCP-106 is also capable of scaling any vertical surface and can remain suspended upside down indefinitely. When attacking, 106 will attempt to incapacitate prey by damaging major organs, muscle groups, or tendons, then pull disabled prey into its pocket dimension. 106 appears to prefer human prey items in the 10 to 25 years of age bracket. SCP-106 causes a corrosion effect in all solid matter it touches, engaging a physical breakdown of materials several seconds after contact. This is observed as rusting, rotting, and cracking of materials, the creation of a black, mucus-like substance similar to the material coating SCP-106. This effect is particularly detrimental to living tissues and is assumed to be a predigestion action. Corrosion continues for 6 hours after contact, after which the effect appears to burn out. To the right we have a rusted and degrading metal door, it seems, with a description of corrosion damage on the initial recovery cell. Containment procedures have since been revised. SCP-106 is capable of passing through solid matter, leaving behind a large patch of its corrosive mucus. 106 is able to vanish inside solid matter, entering what is assumed to be a form of pocket dimension. 106 is then able to exit this dimension from any point connected to the initial entry point. Examples:
entering the inner wall of a room and exiting the outer wall, entering a wall and exiting from the ceiling. It is unknown if this is the point of origin for 106, or a simple layer created by 106. Limited observation of this pocket dimension has shown it to be comprised mostly of halls and rooms with an expunged entry. This activity can continue for days, with some subjected individuals being released for the express purpose of hunting, recapture, and unknown. Wait, let's not go to that image yet. Oh my, are these also? Oh no, those are separate. Oh, spoop. Very spoop. Oh, there's multiple stories. Okay, maybe we'll be reading a little longer. I don't know. I'm excited. I like this one. This one's spooky. This one's spooky. Addendum. SCP Review Notes. Due to the exceedingly difficult to contain nature of SCP-106, SCP is to be reviewed every 3 months or during a post-breach incident. Physical restraints are impossible, and direct physical damage appears to have no effect on SCP-106. Current SCP, as of this date, revolves around basic observation and immediate response. Previous, more practical special containment procedures have been recalled due to the events of several breaches. Notes on behavior. SCP-106 appears to go through long periods of dormancy, in which it will remain completely motionless for up to 3 months. The cause for this is unknown. However, it has been shown that this appears to be used as a lure. The cause for this is unknown. However, it has been shown that this appears to be used as a lulling tactic. 106 will emerge from this state in a very agitated manner and will attack and abduct staff and cause gross damage to its containment cell and the site at large. Recall protocol expunged. SCP-106 appears to hunt and attack based on desire, not hunger. 106 will attack and collect multiple prey items during a hunting behavior event, keeping many alive in the pocket dimension for extended periods of time. SCP-106 has no determinable limit and appears to collect a random number of prey items during an event. The inner dimension accessed by SCP-106 appears to be only accessible by 106. Recording and transmission devices have been shown to still operate inside this dimension, though recordings and transmissions are very degraded. It appears that 106 will play with captured prey, and appears to have full control of time, space, and perception inside this dimension. SCP-106 appears data expunged. Okay, here's the real spooky image. Recall protocol. In the event of a breach event by SCP-106, a human within the 10 to 25 years of age bracket will be prepped for recall, with the compromised containment cell being replaced and restored for use. When the cell is ready, the lure subject will be injured, preferably via the breakage of a long bone, such as the femur, or the severing of a major tendon, such as the Achilles tendon. Lure subject will then be placed in the prepped cell, and the sound emitted by said subject will be transmitted over the site public address system. SCP-106 will typically begin to gravitate toward the lure subject within 10 to 15 minutes after hearing the subject. Should 106 not respond to the initial broadcast, additional physical trauma is to be administered to the lure subject at 20-minute intervals until until SCP-106 responds. Multiple lure subjects may be used in case of major breach events. SCP-106 will typically enter a dormant state after finishing with the lure subject. In addition, subjects may... Data expunged. To the right, we have an image of a very decayed and deformed humanoid with the description, Agent Blank, after release by SCP-106, subject had been missing for 2 hours. Subject remained alive for 1 hour after release. That's a rather horrific depiction right there. Now let's look at the first. Hold up. How long is this one? Kind of. No, is this going to be like the only one we read today? Oh no. These are all related to 106. That's crazy. That's crazy. These are all related to what I think directly related to 106. Wow. Wow. All right. The young man. Nobody could like Corporal Lawrence. That's not to say that nobody tried, or that he was somehow unfriendly. Merely that he was one of the few that seemed to be wired differently. However, in the trenches of World War I, normalcy was at best a relative term, and one that had minimal relation to life, such as it was. Lawrence fought, listened to orders, and didn't disrupt the other soldiers, and that was all that was required. So what if people felt increasingly uncomfortable around him, in a place where the flesh rotting off your bones while you were still alive was the baseline of concern? A little personality conflict ranked several levels below a paper cut. Lawrence, for his part, dealt with it as he always had. That is to say, remained totally unaware of the avoidance. The same way a man blind from birth cannot mourn the memory of color, Corporal Lawrence couldn't bemoan a lack of company. He was quiet, as he had nobody to talk to, and still, as he had nothing to do for long stretches of time. The enemy trench, less than a mile away, had gone silent for several days, letting boredom and nervousness sink in even more than normal, coupled with the unease that seemed to radiate off of Lawrence like heat waves. Wait, let me do that again. The enemy trench, less than a mile away, had gone silent for several days, letting the boredom and nervousness sink in even more than normal, coupled with the unease that seemed to radiate off of Lawrence like heat waves. The worst part was that there was no distinct reason to dislike the corporal. He was a plain man, average height, average build, bland of voice and action. Nobody could recall him raising his voice in joy or anger. He did have the occasional odd mannerisms, however. He tended to stare a beat or two longer than was acceptable at people. He rarely slept as well, and bunkmates said he would mumble in his sleep almost constantly. The content of those nocturnal ramblings, when they could be understood, were often odd and potentially unsettling. One private moved to another barracks when he heard the name of his daughter pass Corporal Lawrence's lips, followed by a bubbling, muffled giggle. Oh. It was strongly theorized that he was sent over the trench by his commanders more out of a desire to have him away with... It was strongly theorized that he was sent over the trench by his commanders more out of a desire to have him away than for his minimal combat skill. He and 14 of his fellows were sent across the nightmarishly scarred waste of the no-man's land between the trenches. to reconnoiter the enemy trench and to secure it if possible. Many seemed to hope that Lawrence would have the opportunity to prove his devotion to his country by making the ultimate sacrifice for it. It was while he was gone, that 3-day gap as the men held their breath, waiting for a surprise volley of shells, that someone started asking questions. Whereas before, it was almost taboo to speak of Corporal Lawrence, since the departure of both him and his aura. Rumors seemed to descend with the passion of the denied. Nobody remembered him ever talking of home. No sweet-smelling letters came, no soggy, dirt-streaked letters left. He mentioned his dreams often, and gripped sometimes with the men over missed foods or pleasures, but never with any real passion. Questions started to float among even the higher levels of the command. Nobody was able to actually find his station orders. He'd come in with a squad of reinforcements transferred from France, but there was no paperwork. The rest of the reinforcement squad had never seen the man before he'd lumped in with them that night before the trip, along with the snips and scrapes of the other squads decimated by the Germans. Whispers filtered among the grunts of the corporal being a curse. Nearly every man who'd shared a bunkhouse with him had gotten trenchfoot, and the rooms he haunted always seemed to smell more musty and sickly sweet, even for the trench. The men sent over the no man's land with Corporal Lawrence heard and cared for none of this. Just another man among many, all with death certificates awaiting a stamp that could fall at any moment. They moved fast and low, from crater to crater, slipping over slick mud and barbed wire, the only thing that seemed to grow in that blasted waste. Charging the last spurt and into the trench, they were greeted not with the harsh bark of German orders and rifles, but a dense, close silence. Preparing for ambush, the men started to filter out into the tunnels and halls of the trench. The men, already nervous, were not calmed by their investigation. The trenches stank of mold, sweat, and a thin undertaste of rotten fruit. A vile, cloying slime seemed to have pooled in every divot and crack, sticky as glue and itchy on the flesh. In a world where rats and insects would try to snatch food from your mouth even as you ate, they saw nothing alive, not so much as a fly. An armory lay in chaos, munitions spilled on the ground, rifles tossed like pickup sticks. A mess hall that had been reduced to ruins, the tables and chairs piled in the center of the room, charred and twisted, the rations seemingly stamped into the dirt by many feet, and still, nothing, alive or dead, was found by the increasingly anxious soldiers. Private Dixon found the first body, and managed to cry out before vomiting. They knew it had been a man only because nothing else of that size could have been there. It lay on the floor of the barracks, the entire floor. The flesh of it had been smeared, somehow, spread like butter over the rough dirt floor. Bones, already looking pitted and rotten, stuck out at random angles, like dead trees in a still swamp. The skull rested on one of the highest bunks, facing the doorway. 10 gleaming white fingertip bones crammed into the cracked eye sockets. As one man went to examine it, he found the back of the skull had been crushed open, the rotting, sagging sponge of a tongue stuffed in the otherwise dry cavity. Good grief. This is a lot more depiction than I thought would happen. More remains were found, each seemingly more unsettling and strange than the last. A ring of hands in a sandbagged watchpost, 10 of them, fingers interlaced like a basket, the wrists ragged and broken. 2 men in a tunnel, skin leathery and thin as mummies, eye sockets staring and empty, mouths locked impossibly wide. Their clothes were rags under an oily black scum. The latrine sent even the hardiest back, gagging and shivering, overflowing with excrement and offal. Goblets of meat bobbed and oozed in the foul sludge, the whole surface dotted with what looked like thousands of clean, slick eyeballs, nerves and tendons fanning out like goldfish tails. Corporal Lawrence was the first to find the hole, the other men loudly debating the better part of valor and their rapid withdrawal from the nightmare trench. It was small, in a section of fresh digging, the start of a new arm of trenches projecting closer to the enemy lines. No more than 4 feet across, it seemed to be the accidental uncovering of a natural chamber, the empty blackness of it defying investigation. Private Dixon, recovered and blessedly numb from his previous ordeals, saw the corporal prod the edge with his boot, then crouch to peer in, then suddenly slide in head first before the private could do so much as utter a shout of question. Oh. The private was a good soldier, and rushed to the perceived distress of his fellow. When questioned later, he could provide little illumination as to what happened over the 2 minutes Corporal Lawrence spent in the hole. He could see nothing. The light of a torch seemingly gobbled up a few feet into the dense blackness. There were sounds, the rustle of movement over loose stone or rubble. There were sounds, the rustle of movement over loose stone or rubble, an odd liquid shifting, a dry rustle that made him think of the insect husks he'd used to collect in the summer. As he shouted for aid, there was a sudden upwelling of a repulsive stench, like a reptile house gone sour and old, and his fellow soldiers found him retching helplessly beside the hole when they came around the corner. When they came around the turn. And his fellow soldiers found him retching helplessly beside the hole when they came around the turn. It was as they rushed to Private Dixon's aid that the hand emerged from the hole. They stopped and raised rifles as one body, roaring for the owner of that pale, trembling hand to identify himself. As they watched, another hand joined the first, followed by the pale, shivering head of Corporal Lawrence. He was streaked and smeared with a tarry black ooze, hacking and coughing thinly as he hauled his body up beside that of a gasping. Also, bad news, Jams. The authorities are on their way. They'll be here in under a minute. Be safe. I'll pause reading while the ads are here. Where was I? He was streaked and smeared with a tarry black ooze, hacking and coughing thinly as he hauled his body up beside that of the gasping private. As they moved to help the men, the corporal vomited up a heavy stream of the same repulsive slime that coated his body in smears and globs, his curled, shuddering body voiding more of it into his saturated, fouled pants. They were hesitant to touch him, finally doing so after the seemingly endless river of grime stopped pouring from him. He was insensible, eyes rolling and wide, body as limp as a boned fish. The men quit the trench with all speed. Half dragging the corporal, they ran with no thought to cover or death, only escape. They crossed in record time, falling into their home trench like so much cordwood, gasping and shivering. One man, known to have bludgeoned a German to death with a brick, curled on the floor in a sobbing heap. The commanders moved quickly, isolating the men and trying to calm the most lucid for a report. And here they are, so we pause and wait. And I eat my apple slices and cucumber slices in the meantime. Yee-hee-hee-hee. Yee-hee-hee-hee. So where was I?
Listen for reports. Ah. I see. Almost done with this story. It didn't look like the other entries had side stories for the most part. It seemed like it was just this one. Although I did just take a quick gander at them. For the initial length, not an actual like look. What if I just like did that? Now I can. This is how I know that I should cut this section off from recording in the editing. This is ad time. Ad time. Ad time. Ad time. Cucumbers aren't that bad. Oh no, Knox. You're calling off work tomorrow and they can deal with it. Fuck yeah. Take that break. You need a break. Need a break, take it. Oh, hi, Weaver. Nut. 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 Nut.
Hello. Hi.
Soul Transfer's complete. A new jam in the lab. Welcome in. I'm glad to have you here. Care package. All right, back now. Hydrate. Stretch. Ooh. Today was supposed to be your day off? And if you don't call off tomorrow, you won't get another day off till fucking Friday? Oh my goodness, Knox. Yeah, take that day off. Especially if today was shitty. You need a break. You need rest. Take it off. Alright, let's get back to the story, shall we? Now I mute this one. Also, good news, GMs. The authorities are gone. Interrogations are over. If you had to sit through any advertisements, or you got yourself an authority pass of some kind, I appreciate you. I thank you. We're free now, for the time being. Let's get back to this story, shall we? What spilled out would have been immediately dismissed as lies and hallucination, were it not for the earnest, pleading stares of those reporting. Command calmed them with explanations of battle fatigue and strange gas weapon tests, and shared silent, focused stares as the crowded men were ushered out. Corporal Lawrence had little to report. Of his time in the hole, he could, or would, say little. He stated that he had slipped and fallen into what may have been some long-blocked underground pool, or perhaps a buried latrine.
Of the sounds and smells reported by the private, he had nothing to say, only that he had struggled a short time, then managed to get back out just as the men arrived. Truly, he seemed none the worse for wear. In fact, he seemed in better spirits than many had remembered ever seeing him, favoring the commanders with a wide, giddy smile as he was dismissed with a warning not to discuss the events. The corporal proved a changed man over the next few days. He was more talkative, but quickly had men wishing for his old, unsettling silence. He rambled about the joys of closed spaces, the creation and destruction that seemed to spring up all around them, about human pleasures missed, the dimensions of age, of which made some men threaten Corporal Lawrence with a quiet and ignoble death, which only seemed to stretch the near constant smile on his face even wider. Wait, hold on. Let me read that again. I think I read it oddly. He rambled about the joys of closed spaces, of creation and destruction that seemed to spring up all around them, about human pleasures missed, the dimensions and ages of which made some men threaten Corporal Lawrence with a quiet and ignoble death, which only seemed to stretch the near constant smile on his face even wider. Private Dixon, one of the corporal's bunkmates, whispered to a friend that he had woken up once to find the corporal standing over him in the night, his eyes as bright and flat as silver dollars. They found the private the next day snarled in the barbed wire, his intestines spread nearly 10 feet around him in every direction. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Not one man from the trench survived the Great War. Although few died in battle, a wave of sickness took the trench a few days after Private Dixon's death. A strange wasting sickness. It seemed to eat the flesh like acid, men waking to find previously healthy flesh eaten down to the bone, oozing and blackened. A sergeant was found in the latrine, beset by a living carpet of rats. They refused to quit the body even when shot, and attacked several men before the body was recovered. Relief finally came, the bulk of the men being sent to various hospitals, many wasting away before they ever reached a bed. Corporal Lawrence was remanded to a French mental ward, transferred after several complaints from the hospital proper where he was first sent. It seemed his behavior hinted at a growing mental imbalance, culminating with an attempted sexual assault of a nurse, which ended with the loss of 3 fingers from her right hand and the vision in her right eye. The corporal would rant quietly to the other patients. Whispers about endless halls, pursuits in the dark, flesh laid out like pages of a book. It was dismissed as so much war fatigue, even as his behavior grew less violent and more unsettling. He vanished several times from the ward, only to appear several hours later, as if nothing had happened. When pressed, he would begin to sing, "My Bonnie lies over the sea." In an endless monotone until the doctors left, exasperated. Others in the ward clamored to be transferred from the whispering madman. A stale, musty foulness seemed to sit in the air wherever he stayed. An incidence of infection and the strange consuming sickness that had beset his home trench seemed to follow him like a cloud. Numerous attempts were made to transfer the man, only to be met with bureaucratic confusion. No records were found of the man, no entry papers, commendations, or incidents, not even a birth certificate. Through it all he sat, for hours on end, cross-legged on his bed, occasionally humming tunelessly or rambling off the names of his ward mates between short, bubbling giggles. Corporal Lawrence and 18 men vanished one November night. Corporal Lawrence and 18 men vanished one November night, between a 5-minute nurse rotation at 3 in the morning. The room reeked of rust, oil, mold, and sweet rot. Thick black swaths of crumbling ooze coated the beds and several of the walls, wide patches of it smearing and eating into the floor. Of the men, there was no sign, at first. As they searched, one nurse shifted a bed aside only to shriek and nearly trip across one of the sunken, reeking depressions on the floor. In a tight, perfect spiral, were what appeared to be hundreds of teeth, resting neatly on the floor. In a tight, perfect spiral, were what appeared to be hundreds of teeth, resting neatly on the floor. After counting, they accounted for the total of all the teeth of every living soul in that ward, but one. The corporal was never found, nor were the men. The incident was swallowed by the constant barrage of horrors from the front and forgotten with ease. Stories of a cursed trench wandered across the front lines, often squelched for being bad luck. Still they came, stories of strange deaths, of disappearing men, found days later, alive, but broken and twisted beyond comprehension. Stories of a strange, dark figure stalking the bomb-riddled towns of Europe. This may be the only known image of Corporal Lawrence ever recorded, taken several days after his return from the hole in the German trench. Oh. And I know that is... Corporal Lawrence. Okay, so it was created for SCP. Okay. Interesting. And that's directly related to SCP-106. Now, what about the next one? So that was the black mucus-like substance. Now we're going into the SCP will attack and collect multiple prey items. Alright, on to the next story. Treats. I would like to here again state that 106 is not, as is commonly believed, a basic predator, on par with an advanced shark. SCP-106 is a sentient being, albeit a totally alien one. 106 appears to be aware of several things beyond the scope of pure instinct and genetic memory. SCP-106 consistently breaches at moments where recovery and containment are most difficult. A fox may see his way out of a trap, but only a man will wait for his captors to look away to escape. Dr. Alok, on sentience in contained humanoids.
Oh, for fuck's sake, where the hell is it?
Agent Wang sighed, rubbing his face through his mask. The night was chill, but all three men were sweating badly. All around them surged horrors, monsters, demons, fantasy beasts, and animate objects, giggling and roaring as they wandered. The three men in gas masks and armored suits looked underdressed, if anything. As they stood, one man suddenly reached out, a gloved fist grabbing a mildly drunk zombie and tugging it close for a few seconds, before releasing him back to the surge of humanity, the undead beast cursing and stumbling away.
Fucking Halloween bullshit. We need to seal this whole area.
Agent Drac shook his head, gesturing to the traveling packs of costumed revelers. The rail car popped up too close to the city. It wasn't even supposed to be on this track. I think MCND might have buggered up something. Can't clamp the whole town with major fallout.
And what the hell do they think will happen now? The old bastard's out there, and we can't even fucking find him.
Wang kicked a discarded wrapper, glaring through tinted lenses at everyone who didn't have to chase hell for a living. Drac patted the fuming man on the back. Easy, big fella. Command figures the old man takes a couple people, then does his lazy crocodile thing. That's easier to cover than why a major city had to be quarantined on Halloween. Parks, until now, little more than a statue, crackled in his broken, rusty voice. How hard is it to find a rotten old man that kills everything it touches? Wang shook his head, still scanning the crowd.
He just looks like an old man most of the time. He can look however he wants. Normally we tell people just to follow the screaming. Fat fucking lot of good that does now. Where the hell's our expert?
A brittle creaking chuckle rolled over the radio. Harkin says he's as much an expert on SCP-106 as a plane crash survivor is an expert on aviation. They won't field lab techs until our initial eval. They won't field lab techs until our initial eval. We're on our own for now. The three men stood, awash in horrors, looking for one that would put all the rest to shame. I almost didn't understand that sentence. The drunk angel wandered on the edge of the fire. Demons, zombies, and pop culture icons swirled around her, moving like a single mass, before scattering into small clusters and pairs, only to surge back together again. The bonfire seemed to roar in time with the pounding music. The field chosen for the sudden teen invasion, just far enough to avoid noise complaints, but not far enough to attract unwanted adult oversight. Alcohol flowed, people giggled, and the sharp snap of lowered inhibitions and teen angst was thick in the chill air. The night was still young, yet already several pairs had drifted from the comfort of the fire to seek other comforts in the dark, private woods ringing the field. The angel glared at the silent trees, taking another pull on an almost empty beer. She drained it, then tossed it down, to meet a holocaust of its brothers being slowly kicked and stamped in the soft dirt. She should be there, being held in warm arms, kissing a warm mouth. But no, she decided to run with the one boy who seemed to think the moment before a party was the best time to bring up his worries about our relationship. Bastard. The angel now, with lopsided wings, started to wander those cool, dark trees. Fuck him. If he wanted to toss her aside, fine. But that didn't mean she wouldn't get to have fun still. She giggled a bit, smiling for the first time in a while. Why not have a little fun, play a trick, and get her treat? She laughed, the flush of wicked amusement and booze high in her cheeks. She'd seen one of the boys from her study hall wander back here. Maybe she could find him, get a little better acquainted. She walked in the cooler darkness, the occasional giggle, snip of whisper, or flash of glow stick and the only indication of light. She walked into the cooler darkness, the occasional giggle, snip of whisper, or flash of a glow stick, the only indication of life. She stumbled over a root, staggered forward, embracing her hand on a slimy tree trunk. She yanked her hand away almost instantly, the gritty, oozing texture making her palm burn, the loss of support almost sending the angel sprawling. She squinted at her hand, making out a smear of gritty, fibrous jelly coating it, the burning getting worse as she noticed the odd pits eaten into the trunk of the tree. The angel shivered, suddenly sober and very aware of the fact that nobody knew where she was. that she knew of nobody close enough to even call for. She tried to rub her palm against her poofy skirts, not noticing the red and black smears she made on it. Eyes wide and staring, some deep, dim part of her primordial brain ringing an alarm. She started to walk, quickly, focusing on the waving beacon of the bonfire, trying to make herself feel silly, to ignore the swelling, uneasing panic. She started to walk, quickly, focusing on the waving beacon of the bonfire, trying to make herself feel silly, to ignore the swelling, unreasoning panic. I think I said unseasoning panic on accident. A twig broke behind her. She froze. A white shade, one hand dripping blood from a corrosive injury she would have been horrified about, but she looked. Oh. She froze. A white shade, one hand dripping blood from a corrosive injury she would have been horrified about had she looked. The angel didn't dare look back, but she was terrified to run, to hear something following, reaching, grabbing. Moments passed, filled with nothing. The angel finally resolving to run right at that moment when a thin, bony hand reached through her costume and into the muscles of her back like a nasty child splashing his hands onto a cake. The bony hand reached through her costume and into the muscles of her back like a nasty child squishing his hands into a cake. She screamed, or tried to. The sound squelched to little more than a harsh bark by the sheer volume of pain. Limbs suddenly boneless and laden, nerves dead except for agony. She felt fingers touching her ribs from the inside. Even as they were slowly eaten away and corroded, her body shifting slowly to face the hand's owner. The flicker of the distant fire showed something withered, dark, slimy and pulpy soft, but wiry and strong. Two milky black eyes glistened at her in a too large head, hovering over a frozen corpse grin. Teeth thin and chipped. Two milky black eyes glistened at her in a too large head, hovering over a frozen corpse grin, teeth thin and chipped. The pinned angel gasped and blubbered, feeling an oily, burning corruption seeping into her body. Slowly, trying to ignore a slow falling feeling, trying not to feel the ground below her turning mushy and soft, swallowing both fingers inch by inch. Swallowing both figures inch by inch. It leaned closer, and despite the searing horror of that face, some still sane part of her welcomed what was surely an approaching end to her pain. It lingered, however, the other twisted claw of a hand rising as the ground started to swallow her hips. The new touch made the angel lucid with a new fear. Her face locking on those rotten eyes, she recognized the shine behind them, and started to scream with a new repulsed horror, even as it started to pull both her dress and skin away in sodden ribbons. Jason ran, lungs burning, trying to yell for help between sharp gasps of air. His Batman costume felt like it was such a joke now. Running between streetlights, feeling that warm spot of pee on his pants. Where was everyone? It had been so stupid, trying to be the big brave kids to go out alone. Now he really was alone, and his friends had probably been eaten. He didn't know this for sure, but when the boogeyman dropped out of a tree and started shoving kids into a wall that was suddenly like quicksand, it was probably a safe bet. He hadn't been able to do anything. Just watch as those long, bony fingers grabbed his two best friends and just yanked them away like dolls, barely screaming before the squishy black wall gulped them up. The boogeyman. It hooked his fingers into David's eyes like Dad had taught him. The boogeyman. It hooked his fingers into David's eyes like Dad had taught him to hold a bowling ball and... Jason was abruptly sick down the front of his costume, the half-digested mass of chocolate looking unsettlingly like the goo that had splattered everywhere while the tall, lanky, naked old man had landed out of the tree. He stopped, stumbling to his knees, coughing and gagging, wailing out a weak scream for help to the dim night. It drifted off, unheeded, the boy unable to even sob, too numb with exhaustion and horror. He barely noticed the footsteps until they were nearly on top of him. He looked up, ready to beg whatever adult he saw for help. Then he saw the legs. Thin, black, the feet looking pulpy and flat with age, the concrete under them turning cracky and gooey. Jason looked up more, shaking more and more violently. The weathered hips, the sticky, soft chest that didn't rise or fall. And finally, that nightmarish head, looking like some kind of rotten pumpkin, but black and oily as a bucket of tar. The eyes locked on the boy's, as shiny and blank as a flashlight in a basement. The teeth parted, some kind of rolling, slimy blackness shifting inside. Jason stumbled back, gasping, trying to scream but unable to even breathe correctly. He stared at the boogeyman as he rolled something in the palm of that thin, beaten hand, pulling it between two bony fingers and lifting it to his mouth. The boy thought it was a candy or something. Then he saw the glint of metal. It was his best friend Anthony's front tooth. It still had the bracket from his braces on it. The boogeyman placed it between his teeth, gently, the tooth still white and clean in that filthy, dripping mouth. He seemed to hold it there a moment. Then his jaw bunched, and the tooth shivered, then burst like a jawbreaker under a car tire. He chewed it twice, then just stopped, still staring at the boy. It seemed to go on and on, Jason unsure if he was even breathing anymore, knowing this was the end. This was what happened when you didn't listen, when you went off alone. The boogeyman came and took you, forever and always. But he didn't. He turned, seeming to get ready to take a step, then fell forward, slowly, like an old man tripping over a shoe. The black monster almost hit the ground, but just fell through it, like it was made of air, nothing but a black smear left behind the concrete. Nothing but a black smear left behind on the concrete, and the tiny, corroded bracket from the tooth. When they found him hours later, he gripped it hard enough to embed it in his palm. Oh my goodness. The boy sat, comforted and miserable. His mother had been nice enough to let him at least wear his Mario costume. But even he had to admit he was probably too sick to walk around the house, let alone outside for hours in the cold. He'd woken up vomiting, and it had just continued, his parents hoping for the best, but finally forced to cancel the trick-or-treating. As sad as he was, they did try their best to make it up to him. There was a small bowl of candy for him, with the promise any leftovers would be given to him, and he could watch all the scary movies he'd like. Knock, knock. Trick or treat. Ah, such a cute turtle. What are you, honey? I'm Rapunzel. Well, here you go, princess. Thank you. He hadn't even wanted to help pass things out. It was better to just try and ignore things. Just pretend everyone else was inside too. That made it better. He tugged the floppy hat down a bit, trying to convince himself that his tummy wasn't feeling like a hedgehog was rolling around inside. He watched the zombies lurch across the screen, half wishing that the screaming people running for the house were kids from school. Knock, knock.
Trick or treat. Oh, what a nice vampire. I'm Draculara. Rar. So fearsome. Here you go. Thank you.
He turned up the movie, the slow groans of the walking dead drowning out the happy shouts of the living. The worst was going to be tomorrow, being forced to listen to everyone, watch them eating candy and talking about different houses and adventures. He sighed and swallowed thickly, his stomach doing another slow, oily roll. The boy pushed away the candy he had been nibbling, suddenly sickened by even the smell. Knock. Hello? Oh. Are you with... Oh, God! The sudden, rising shriek of his mother made the boy suddenly bolt upright, his stomach clenching even worse, but now totally forgotten. He couldn't see her from the couch. Well, let me redo the voice lines. Knock, knock.
Trick or treat. Aw, such a cute turtle. What are you, honey? I'm Rapunzel. Well, here you go, princess. Thank you.
Knock, knock.
Trick or treat. Oh, what a nice vampire. I'm Draculara. Rar. So fearsome. Here you go. Thank you.
Knock.
Hello? Oh. Are you with... Oh, God!
Okay, there we go. That's better. He couldn't see her from the couch, but he could hear noises, thumping and muffled shouts, and some kind of slimy-sounding rustle, like sewage over dry leaves. He stood and started to peer around the short wall blocking the entryway, calling with a hesitant voice, scared of not getting a response, but almost equally so of getting one. He was only a few feet away when the hand whipped out around the wall, gripping it tight. It was black-gray and thin, as bony and thin-skinned as his grandmother's, with wide, flat nails gripping the paint hard. Where it touched, a black stain was spreading, like grease on a paper bag, the knuckles looking puffy and thick as they flexed. The boy stared, backing up slowly, calling again for his mother, his voice starting to plead. The hand flexed, actually sinking into the wall as that stain spread, and a nightmare peeped around the corner. Care package? All right. Hydration. Stretch. Thank you, Erbil. The head was thick, misshapen and lumpy, like a poorly made scarecrow. The skin thin and jelly-like. Two hard, glistening eyes, the color of maggots, stared from above. Glistening eyes, the color of maggots, stared from above the thin, wide slash of a mouth. Their eyes locked, and the boy felt fear wash from his head down to his feet, his stomach boiling like a forgotten kettle. His nerves screamed to run away, but he couldn't make himself stop watching those eyes, feet moving slowly backwards like a sleepwalker. The hand and face shifted a bit, and there was a wet, heavy dragging noise as his mother was pulled into view. Cheems. Hi, Maddie. Enjoy your lurky lurk. Good to see you. She was dead, or close to it, moved forward by the hand in her chest like a sock puppet. Bits of her black and pulpy, smears of that black stain eating into her face, her neck, her arms. Her chest was a black, jelly-coated hole, the thing's other hand buried in it up to the wrist, the bloodless, ruined remains of his mother hanging from it like a rag doll. He screamed, then threw up. Little more than a mess of bile and half-digested snacks, then ran, shrieking up the stairs, begging for his mother, his father, anyone, someone. He slammed into the bathroom, shutting and locking the door, shaking and crying. His dad had gone down the street to visit. He'd be home any second, and he'd fix this, somehow. He'd call the cops or something. Get them out of the house, leave that black thing far behind. Maybe Mom was just hurt. People could get really hurt and still be fine. He'd only seen her a few seconds. That thing was just some psycho in some costume. He'd probably run off as soon as he heard someone coming. And it'd be okay then. It'd be fine. He kept whispering this to himself. Feet braced on the sink, back against the door. He was still repeating it when the face pushed through the wood above him. He heard the crackle and looked up to see the hell face looking down inches above his head. The floor under his feet suddenly felt soggy and soft as he stared, the mouth splitting open to let a tongue as rotten and bloated as a dead fish roll free, and down, sliding down onto that horrified face like a syrup, burning even as he felt his legs sinking down and down, unable to move, unable to even move, really, as that soft, slimy flesh burned like an acid into his face, feeling his nose cook down like an oven-used eraser, screaming just long enough to catch a few feet of that endless tongue in his mouth, gagging hard before the nerves died, starting to pass out as he felt the nightmare tasting his eyes. Ooh. Drac awoke, feeling like he'd been sleeping on a pile of rusty car parts. He sat up, twisting and trying to locate the source of the throbbing pain in his leg. That memory started to flood back, hitting like a freight train, running across town, slamming through a crowd, seeing the withered, crumbling arm laying on the ground, screams, people running, the horrible black face sliding from the ground, eyes locked on his. Parks firing, more screams, a withered hand reaching, gripping, pulling. God, no. He looked around in welling horror, pleading with his own brain to lie to him. The room was dark, dirty, and low-ceilinged, tufts of dirt and debris in the corners, the grayish paint peeling in ragged streamers, the stained ceiling and floor warped and lumpy. A doorway opened into darkness, a vague, insistent noise sounding off far. Excuse me. The doorway opened into darkness, a vague, insistent noise sounding far. Insistent noise sounding from far off. The light was dim, but didn't seem to come from anywhere, seeming just a weak, omnipresent glow with a slightly green cast, like deep ocean water. Drac knew this room, even though he'd never been here. At least, one's very much like it. The old man liked to dump his new catches here before he found them. Drac rose quickly, hunching down to avoid a sagging bulge of ceiling. He barely wanted his shoes touching this place, let alone anything else. He winced, feeling a dull, empty ache in his leg, high in the calf, probably where it grabbed him, and damned if he was going to check it. He limped a few steps, making sure it could bear weight, eyes sweeping over every surface. He breathed slow, deeply, remembering the file, the brief. Time was subjective. He could have been out for seconds or weeks. It liked to play cat and mouse, tracking through its home, or playroom, or whatever the fuck it was. Space was endless, but sometimes people got out, or were released. Keep moving, don't hide, because it was God here and would know. He felt panic slithering around the edges of his brain and pushed it down, hard, face set and grim as he stepped out into the darkness beyond the doorway. The hall was long and broken, like a hospital hallway after an earthquake. No big holes, just twisted and tilted oddly. He creeped down, as close to a wall as he could get without touching it, feeling gritty plaster crunch under his feet. The noise was louder, a sound of high-pitched, monotonous crying. It set the teeth on edge, but they'd said it would be like this. The key was to keep moving, keep looking. Yes, it was endless, but if you kept on the move, it seemed like 106 got confused, or lost track of things, and you could accidentally wander back into the world. He kept repeating the steps, the briefing in his head like a prayer, ignoring the part where 106 would typically hunt escapees forever. He took a right at the end of the hall, passing down another, then a left, starting to move faster, ignoring the odd, corroded twists of pipe and wire in some of the rooms he passed, or the suggestive, soggy mounds of something. The crying kept getting louder, the high-pitched, gurgling wail of a baby. Ignore it. Keep moving. It called the shots. It could make the whole place sound like a dentist's drill if it wanted. Drac pounded down the hall, nearly at a dead run, trying not to see the growing dampness of the walls, the changing texture of things, broken plaster over old greenish bricks, floor going from broken vinyl to concrete to dirt. He turned a corner too fast. A gooey patch of black causing his foot to skitter, nearly dropping him to his knees after he clutched the bare, wet brick wall. He looked out in the dim, mossy room. The sound of helpless, angry crying very, very loud now. He froze, staring, half crouched and clutching the wall. It was standing in the middle of the room, a thick, ankle-deep puddle of Jack Blelly. Ankle-deep puddle of black jelly at its feet. The old man was turning, slowly, rocking in slow, side-to-side motions. The crying was coming from the thing in his arms. It was a torso, wrapped in masses of what looked like barbed wire. The wire threaded in and out of flesh, some places looking like the bleeding skin had flowed like warm taffy over it. The ragged remains of the limbs twisted and stretched, every moment making the wires dig and tear more. It was hairless, the skin of its bare head and neck looking peeled and rotten, the face a mask of pain. The throat had been opened, carefully, twisted and held with wires. The baby crying was in fact this grown, mute torso, mutilated to make that pitiful, helpless wail. The old man was watching him. Face turned, eyes locked to the man as he slowly tried to stand upright, ignoring the hissing of his boots, trying not to think of what would have to be done to a throat to make it sound like a baby in agony. Trying not to think of what would have to be done to a throat to make it sound like a baby in agony, or where that pitiful torso's limbs had gone. It watched him, cracking teeth slightly parted, and slowly stopping its rocking. It watched him, cracked teeth slightly parted, and slowly stopped its rocking. It dropped the wire-bound bundle, arms going limp at its sides as the mass of flesh and pain bounced off the ground, then rested face down in the mossy grime, sending up a new wave of protest between bubbly, sucking breaths. It turned to face him, arms dangling, body wrapped in what looked like some kind of shredded cloth of oozing black fabric. Drac ran, bolting like a scared deer, throwing training conditioning to the wind in the mad, blind, animal panic of escape. He screamed, panted, talked, laughed, anything to drown out the sound of the slow, stuttering steps lurking behind him. He ran and ran and ran, falling and hitting the ground like he'd been hit by a car, gasping and waiting for the end, muscles throbbing. Then they would start again, those soft, rustling footsteps, driving him on and on and on. He didn't know it, but he'd run for 4 days before the old man started taking chunks out of him. Dear God. Recovery was in the pre-dawn hours with no sun or moon, and went shockingly smooth. All things considered. Okay. Recovery was in pre-dawn hours with no sun or moon, and went shockingly smooth, all things considered. SCP-106 was found in the middle of a field, making pumpkins sag and burst by squeezing or stepping on them. The team, a man short, was finally reinforced an hour before they caught it. Oh, the team, a man short, was finally reinforced an hour before they caught it, pushing it back to the recovery chamber with a big halogen sun guns, nearly blinding the two of the recovery. Pushing it back to the recovery chamber with the big halogen sun guns, nearly blinding two of the recovery crew in their zeal to have the old man back under lock and key. It sat in the cell, without a moment's attempt to try and escape. It sat in the cell, without a moment's attempt to try and escape. It sat and did nothing. Head tilted, arms and legs limp. One MTF member stated that it looked sated, and was told to shut up in an official capacity. Disappearances were glossed over, murders quieted and made unnewsworthy, urban legends seeded and caressed. Overall, it went well. Once the hell was over. Weeks later, an observation tech made a note in the day's log. SCP-106 was observed to suddenly produce a large handful of small white objects, later identified as teeth and finger bones, and set the pile on the floor. It then sorted these objects into what seemed random piles, later identified as separated by age of victim. It then stared at these items for several hours, then recollected them. The significance of this was considered unworthy of contemplation. So that's how it... In the wild, that's how it acts when it's out of containment. Oh. And now we're looking at the data expunged. Until death. She didn't hear it, not at first. At this time of night, the labs were deserted. The whole of Site-120 was practically empty. Corridors dim and silent, offices shut, experimental apparatus crouched in shadowy chambers. There were no anomalies contained on site, so the only people left in the compound were a couple of security staff and a 63-year-old researcher, hunched over a bench full of notes and textbooks, a single desk lamp bright against the lab's enveloping darkness. She had always been wrapped up in her work, her colleagues said. There was no one to go home to. She had been with the Foundation for many years, many late nights like this, engrossed in the calculations and correlations spread in front of her. And so she didn't hear the noise, not when it started. A soft, crackling hiss from the far corner of the lab, a sound like wet leaves in a fire, like whispers from a dried-up throat, just at the edge of hearing. It wasn't until she breathed in the smell, faint but thick with rot, that that she started from her work, turned, and noticed the sound. I'll get some water. The researcher pulled herself down from her lab stool. That familiar stiffness in her hips, an unwelcome reminder of the hours and years she had been in the lab. Absently, she pushed her glasses back up and peered across the darkened room. The noise was still there. A few seconds of listening failed to resolve it into anything readily explainable. She had taken 4 steps across the lab when the lamp behind her blinked out. Swallowed in darkness, she froze. The noise had gone. Her breathing had grown rapid and shallow, and she forced 2 deeper breaths before taking out her phone and switching on the torch. After a moment's hesitation, she turned back to the workbench to see what had happened to the light. As the torch beam swung, the first thing she registered was that there was something different about her pile of work. Something foreign, dark, wet, bloody. Her brain caught up. It was a human kidney, complete with ureter and a tangle of blood vessels. It glistened in the torchlight, a crimson stain seeping into the paper beneath it. Her throat grew tight. There we go. The noise started again. It was thicker somehow, moist. She looked over her shoulder, indecisive. Her brain was blank, reacting without thinking. 1,000 other choices pushed out by the sheer impossibility of that noise. This mangled organ in front of her. Stay here or go there. Almost before she realized, she was walking cautiously across the shadowed room towards the source of the sound. The torch lit up the back wall of the lab, a corner behind the mass spectrometer. A black smear had spread across it, the paint and plaster bubbling and flaking in a slow roil. The whispering sizzle was louder, and the air was heavy with an oily stink of decay. Close to, she could see the surface of the wall had softened, sagging in wet bulges. She hesitated. The hand shot out of the wall faster than thought. Its fingers were broad and gray, sticky with black mucus. Grabbing her forearm. Instantly, her lab coat started to melt, and as she yanked her arm away, the sleeve tore off, disintegrating. The fingers snatched at her again, and she dropped her phone. As she stumbled backwards, the torch shone up from the floor, lighting the figure that pushed its way through the molted, fleshy wall. It looked like an old man, decrepit and rotten. It was naked, its skin slick and shiny as pitch. Its flesh was withered and decomposing, with missing toes and misshapen feet. A distended gut protruded obscenely from beneath its narrow chest, arms spread wide in a mockery of greeting. Above a ruined throat, she saw a too-wide mouth locked in a rictus grin, and eyes. Oh God, those eyes. The thing emerged from the wall before her looked like a man, but its eyes were gray and flat as a shark's. The researcher took another 2 steps back, reaching behind her for something, anything solid to hold. Her breath caught in her throat. The old man stood, dripping black foulness onto the floor as the tiles began liquefying beneath him. Her phone sank beneath the surface, the torch flickered out. In darkness, she ran. She was panting by the time she reached the lab doors. Ruining her age, the extra weight she carried, every exercise session postponed. Ruining her age, the extra weight she carried, every exercise session postponed. As she turned to close the doors behind her, she could see that hideous figure pacing deliberately across the room. Something about its lack of hurry unnerved her deeply. She forced herself to keep running down the She forced herself to keep running down the corridor, calling for the night guard, hoping he was close. "Frank! Frank!" After the second turn, she saw him halfway from the guard station, gun in his hand. "What's wrong?" Frank jogged up to her, and she doubled over, spots in her vision. "Frank, thank God, it's..." Her chest was heaving. She could hardly speak. How could she describe what she had just seen? "Slow down. Take a second to..." Frank tailed off. She looked up to see his gaze fixed on the end of the dim corridor. She knew what he had seen. The old man walked towards them, trailed in a viscid ooze. When Frank trained the torch on him, his eyes shone avid and empty, 20 feet from them. "Hey, stop now!" Frank shouted. "I will shoot you!" The grinning cadaver kept coming, 15 feet, 12. Frank fired 3 shots, 2 hits to the chest. The old man stopped, gradually crumpling to... The old man stopped, gradually crumpling forward. The researcher let out a breath. The glistening corpse sank into the floor, swallowed by the slime it had generated. She felt sick with shock. "What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that?" Frank stated. Frank started towards the blackened floor, but she held his sleeve. "Wait, I think it's some kind of acid." Her voice was hushed. Her throat felt raw. "We need to call someone." Frank pulled out his radio, but paused, his thumb over the button. "Not until I know what to report." Suddenly, she didn't want him to move away. Not even a few feet. "Please," she said, stepping into Frank's path. "There's nothing like this on the database. There's nothing. We need an MTF." "Hey, don't tell me my job," said Frank, sounding piqued. "First, I need to..." "No!" She was gripping his sleeves. "Frank, I know dimensional anomalies, and this was from one. I saw it step out of a wall." Frank tried to shrug her off, but pushed too hard. She fell awkwardly, a wrench of pain from her ankle. Tears sprang to her eyes, and Frank was instantly regretful. "Oh God, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to..." He cut off as a glob of black mucus landed on his radio, setting it fizzing. Frank dropped it like he had been stung and glanced upwards. The next drop landed in his right eye. "Bad news, Jams. The authorities are on their way. Be careful." The researcher scrambled backwards as Frank roared and clutched his face. She could hear the hiss as the corrosion ate at his eye socket from the inside. She saw that grinning face emerge from the dark patch on the ceiling, and the old man dropped onto Frank's back. One hand slid into the muscles of his shoulder like it was dough, and Frank's roar became a scream. As he crashed into the wall of the corridor, she saw the other hand sink into Frank's throat and tear, and the scream was abruptly cut off. Frank started to collapse into the wall as it darkened around him. The last thing she saw was those eyes, locked on hers as they sank back into the blackness. Empty eyes, but somehow full of promise. Her heart pounded, and the taste of bile was in her throat. She tried to stand, but she was lightheaded and her ankle was throbbing. She had to run. She had to run. Every second not running was death. Dragging herself up to a cabinet, she tried to think, eyes flicking between the ruined radio and the puckering bruises on the wall and floor. Run. Where? Guard's office. The alarm. And here are the authorities. Well, we put that up so I know when to not do the thing, and cut from thing. Cut from the thing. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh my, hopefully you won't have any weird advertisements. Hopefully you won't have any weirdness. Boom, 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 boom. 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 My ear's itchy. My ear itchy. My ear so itchy, itchy. It's so itchy, itchy. It's like an ear. It's so... It's itchy like as if your ear was itchy. You know, oh, let me eat another apple slice. Oh. Enjoy your lurk, Dandy. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Ah, good, good, good. Good news, Jams. The authorities are gone. Interrogations are over. Have you had to sit through any advertisements, or you got yourself an authority pass of some kind, I appreciate you. I thank you. We're free now for the time being. And now we can resume our story. Let's put that one away. Perfect. There we go. Right there. She forced herself forward, gasping at the pain in her foot. Her lungs burned. Every shadow in the half-lit hallway loomed like a threat. Not much further now. Don't look behind. Each step was a battle, trying to move faster to stop her leg from buckling. Moving forward momentum was the only thing keeping her upright. She rounded the last corner, saw the guard station at the end of the hall. It looked empty. She could make it. With a grunt of effort, she pushed herself into a final run, closing the final yards and crashing through the guardroom doors. Her first step inside sank shin deep into the frothing muck that used to be the floor. She fell and her hands were caught too, skin burning as they were sucked deeper into the ground. Looking up, she could see the console with the alarm button just out of reach, and she wailed in sick despair. It was the last sound she made before the world was consumed by night. Death did not come. She was submerged in a lake of pitch, but somehow the researcher could still breathe, could still think. Was she still falling? She couldn't tell. All feeling had vanished, her skin no longer stinging, although the blood still pounded in her ankle. She stayed there suspended for minutes, unsure of the passing time of what this meant. Then the gloom light blurred and resolved into a tiled floor. The gray light showed her a room she didn't recognize, but which was somehow familiar. Dust, dead leaves, and scraps of metal were strewn across the floor, and one of the walls had buckled in on itself. She pulled herself over to the door and looked out into the dilapidated hallway, mold and rust covering the ceiling, and the floor contorted like a writhing snake. There were no lights, but the hall was lit by a gray-green glow, a sickly aura undulating sluggishly across every surface. She'd been right. It was a dimensional anomaly, probably controlled by that thing. The researcher felt desperate. Probably it had made this place or had lived here for years, so it would know every inch. But she had fallen into it. That meant there was no way out. But if she had fallen into it, that meant that there was a way out. She just had to keep moving, and she would find it. She limped into the corridor, clambering over collapsed furniture and wiping plaster dust from her hands. The familiarity of the place snatched at her thoughts. But she tried to ignore them. Keep going forward. Look for an exit. Don't think about what might be behind you. Don't think about Frank. Don't think about that grin. Those eyes. A metallic buzzing grew louder, and she realized that it had been there since she arrived in this place. She tried to move faster. A gust of wind blew around her. Faded. Her heart was racing again. This place was familiar. But how? She needed to stop. Just for a moment. She grabbed at the door handle, relief flooding her when it opened. She walked into her old apartment and spun in confusion. The leaves scatter and a bundle of kids have attacked. Have fun with their chaos. Mama needs a break. Huh? Huh? I'm so confused. Welcome in, Rory. Ah. Okay, that makes more sense. That confused me. Ah, this makes more sense. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Rory. How was stream? Ooh, what were you chatting about? Welcome in, Raiders. My name's Alico Bonethrim. I'm a mold magus and a researcher. Most folks call me Bones or Bonesy, though. And with my assistant Jasper here, we go on field studies. That's fancy talk for playing a variety of games. And we see what we can learn. And then at the end of every week, we gather up some of those notes and we read them here. Uh-oh. My dipping. Hello, enjoy the kids. Today we're reading SCP stories. Why am I dipping? Hold on.
Hello. Hi.
Oh no, what is happening with the... Oh no. A soul transfer is complete. A new jam in the lab. Welcome in. I'm glad to have you here. Why are my frames dropping? What is happening? What is going on?
What is going on? It was pretty good. It was playing Rust. But because UK law and age restriction, Twitch age restricted you even though you're 29. Huh? Huh? That doesn't even make any sense. That makes no sense, Rory. What? I guess you're not allowed to play Rust now. They don't want you playing Rust. Speaking of Rust, this story is Rust. OBS has been having fits the last few days. Oh, okay. Thank you, Grim. I was gonna say, like, I shouldn't be dropping frames. Well, I wasn't dropping frames. The connection's dropping to Twitch. I know Twitch has also been having some issues. But welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Fox. Welcome in, Arson. Welcome in, Grim. Welcome in, Rory. Glad to have you all here. Thank you for the raid, Rory, and sharing your community with me. I'll take good care of them. And I get to listen to the rest of this story and at least one more. Because of age restrictions, they don't want you streaming mature rated games because they want proof of age. That makes sense. That makes more sense. Yes. Show them your government issued ID or else. Or else. Yeah, that's fair. Another soul transfer. Another jam to the lab. Welcome in. I'm glad to have you here. Yeah, welcome in, everyone. I play a lot of horror games. I've been reading a lot of SCP stories. I also play some Souls-like and adventure. I play a variety of things. I like learning. That's the big shtick here. We like learning in this lab. Lab of learning. Doesn't matter what. If it's small, I'll learn it. They want lots of it. You're currently working on it. Oh, I wish you luck on that. I wish you all the luck with that. It's ugh. I know I had to do stuff on YouTube if I wanted to do certain things and like upload videos longer than I think it's 15 minutes. If I wanted to do that like ASAP, I had to show them ID. It was great to find another variety streamer. Yeah, 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 yeah. Normally I read SCP stuff and other. I mean, right now it's just SCP, but horror adjacent things. I read them and narrate them and voice act on Sundays. But I have stuff going on tomorrow, so we moved it up to Saturday. And recently we just finished. Our recent field study was on Lies of P. And that has been concluded with the DLC. Good grief, was that an amazing game. So beautiful. It made me cry at the end. Oh, it got to me good. But yes, welcome in, Raiders. Also, if any of the Raiders need to raid and run, I completely understand. It might be late. You might have things to do. Go read, or go eat, go read. Go eat, go drink, go potty, go sleep. Maybe in that order. Maybe in that order, actually. But if you'd like to stay, I invite you to stay. There's a boneless chair that you can plop on down into. And of course, by boneless chair, I mean a beanbag chair. Ooh. Liza P. Love that game too. Yeah, it was so good. 5 a.m. for you. Ooh. SCP are great stories, specifically Tic-Tac-Toby. Tic-Tac-Toby. Oh. Oh. Ignore that image. Hold on. Tic-Tac-Toby. What is that? Whoops, I didn't mean to. Yeah. So for SCP, I did start off with some random ones, some stories. But then I went in and was like, hey, why don't I start reading the entries from the beginning? So we read a couple of the 001. Then we started on 002, and now we're all the way up to number 106. Yes, if it is late for you, Tic-Tac-Toby. Okay. $5 a.m. for you. Ooh, that's late. Yes, no, go rest if you must. Unless, I mean, do what you need to do. I'll look up Tic-Tac-Toby. I mean, eventually we'll probably get there anyways. This one's really horrifying.
This one's like one of the spookier ones in general. Okay, let's keep reading, shall we? So far in this story, I'll give a quick recap. So far in this story, a researcher, there's just her and the security guards late at night at the facility at Site 120, I think. She hears a noise, really faint, in the back of the corner of the room. It's like, what is that? Turns to look for it. Turns to listen, takes a few steps. The light on her desk goes out. She freaks out, turns on her phone flashlight, looks back at the desk. There's a kidney. There's just a fresh kidney on there. She turns back to the noise, shines her flashlight. There's black ooze everywhere. And a decrepit, rotting old man enters out of the black ooze from the wall and tries to grab her. She runs, meets up with the security guard. He shoots at him. Old man collapses, sinks into the ground, is gone. The researcher tries to convince Frank, the security guard, to call for backup, to call an alarm, MTF teams. This is not a normal anomaly. He's like, no, I need to know what to report first. So when they're wasting time, ooze drips from the ceiling onto the radio, onto Frank's eye. Old man drops down, destroys Frank. Now researchers running to the security room to signal the alarm. As she gets to the security room, bursts through the doors, she sinks into the ground. It's too late. She's in the muck of the old man and she's falling. And now she's been transported into another dimension, a pocket dimension. She's in a weird realm. That catches everyone up. All right. Let's see. Death.com. Semi-familiar. Was probably controlled by a thing researcher felt. Think about Frank. Metallic buzzing grew louder. Her old apartment. Okay. Okay, let's scroll down to there then. She walked into her old apartment and spun in confusion. This was impossible. The disarray of the halls was gone. Everything here was in its proper place, but nothing about this place was proper. She had left this apartment more than 30 years ago. The building had been torn down. The researcher sped across the room, the need to rest forgotten. Everything was here. Everything here was hers. Her books, her furniture. The window showed the same view. An incongruously bright day. How? She raced to the bedroom, her bed made, everything neatly put away. She opened the closet, and the corpses fell out onto her. It was a mountain of decomposing limbs and organs, limp and slick. They slithered down at her under the weight of the pile, trailing gore. Also, Raiders, if any of you are, sensitive to depictions of gore, this might be a little hairy of a story. Might be a little intense. She retched at the deep, foul smell of putrescence. She retched at the deep, foul smell of putrescence, flailing wildly to pull herself free. A bloated hand pawed at her leg as it fell. I didn't like that. A bloated hand pawed at her leg as it fell, and she felt something slippery and soft under her feet as she stood. This assemblage would have taken dozens of bodies, she thought, still gagging. As it slumped further, it exposed a face she recognized. Frank. A deep hole where his eye had been, and his neck was torn open, black jelly dripping from the flesh. Her eyes scanned the line of his body and saw his leg twisted viciously upward. Exposed bone protruding where the foot had been ripped off. She was trying to hold in a scream when she heard movement from the back of her closet. Without thinking, she ran. Behind her, the sounds of sinewy limbs. Behind her, the sounds of sinewy limbs pulling themselves clear of the corroded wall. She bolted for the door to her apartment, ankles screaming at her. She could feel the old man enter the room only a few steps back. The metallic buzz constricted around her as she emerged. Staggering down the hallway, realization overwhelmed her. This wasn't some old hospital or school. Her apartment had given her the answer. It was twisted, corrupted. But this was Site 120. She couldn't think about why that was, what it meant right now. What it meant right now was that she might know a way out. She took another left turn, skidding on the wet floor and crashing her head on the opposite wall. Her ears rang. The footsteps behind her were louder, closer. She dragged herself onwards, her breath a whimper from the pain in her foot. One more corridor and she would be back at the card room. She hoped like hell that the dimensional parallels held up. The footsteps grew closer. She could hear the drip of ichor. Her vision grew dark. The hall telescoped in front of her. A hand clutched at her back. Her lab coat melting to tatters. The guard room was just ahead. She was exhausted. She couldn't make it. The floor beneath her started to bubble. With a yell, she crashed through the guard room's doors again, pushing through the oily puddle behind them and surfacing in the real Site 120. The ghoul was still behind her. She fell hard on the console and slammed her hand down on the alarm. Klaxons blared, and the emergency light flashed. She turned, pushing herself as far as she could into the corner of the console, but the old man had halted in the middle of the room. It was staring at the light. She heard a new noise, like a deep growl. Suddenly she realized that the corpse before her had a lump of new flesh in its throat, bloody and ragged. Frank's throat, she realized, and her stomach dropped. She looked at the old man. She looked again at the old man, seeing its misshapen carcass, patched and scarred. The old man was still transfixed by the light. Its growl built in intensity. Her mouth went dry. The thing looked at her with its dead eyes. Anna. It said like a sigh. Anna. She made no sound. Her mind was screaming. The old man took a step towards her. Another step. 5 years, 11 months, 21 days, and 25 more years after that, falling apart, rebuilding itself, rebuilding its world. For her. It held up its left hand. She could see the mark where the ring had been. She couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The old man reached towards her, tenderly holding her cheek. Her skin puckered and liquefied, flesh dripping from her face. It brought its grinning mouth to hers and kissed her, and her teeth became hot wax, fusing and corroding. She screamed then. The old man pressed his kiss harder into her open mouth, his swollen gray tongue melting hers and filling her throat with molten muscle and caustic jelly. The last thing she felt was the weight of the two of them sinking into the floor, locked in a final, burning embrace. Oh. Hold on, is this another one? What is this? Okay, that's the actual SCP. We'll eventually get to 3001. We'll eventually get to 3001. I don't want to do the math, But if I do like five every week, it'll take a number of years. We'll eventually get there, right? And that one was the story relating to data expunged. Now this next one, it will be relating to graffiti toward the lure. All right. Take a drink of water. Drink of water. Once, but not now. Sometimes, when he closed his withered eyelids, the old man could see the prairies of his youth, the moonlight grasses, feel and hear the gentle whiskers of the wind against his flesh. But that had been long ago, hadn't it? Sometimes when he dreamed, he would forget that he was old and leap through those fields, shrieking with the elemental joy of existence. There were others there, young, like he was in the dream. Their faces blurry, but so heartbreakingly familiar. It felt wrong to have forgotten them. Then he would wake again, and see the corroded metal walls of his prison. I didn't like that. Then he would wake again, and see the corroded metal walls of his prison. Technically, he was not bound in this cell. He could leave at any time. He just had to get up and walk out. But beyond, the world had changed into something lunatic. Too bright, too complex, as though it had been designed to confuse and daze him. Burning white lights, random surfaces at dizzying intervals, so that the air seemed to drown or choke him. But it had not been this bad when they had first brought him into this dimensional place. Or perhaps it was he who had changed it. Or perhaps it was he who had changed, his facilities dispersing themselves into suffocating walls. So here he stayed. He would try to take refuge in fantasy, losing the present as he had lost so much of the past. Losing the present as he had lost so much of the past. But those open prairies were becoming harder and harder to call upon of his own volition. Instead, he found himself walking endlessly. Twisted corridors, doors sagging with decay and dark, damp mold dripping from the ceiling. He wondered whether it was the ruin of his own mind he was imagining. He had been young once, he thought. He remembered his mother and siblings, though in his mind they had become mixed with his children, and how they had played amongst the trees and in the open prairies. He had been taught how to hunt. In those days, prey had been plentiful. No, not plentiful, he thought, but easier to catch. His mother had brought him an old, tattered one alive to show him how to hunt, and he and his brothers and sisters batted and clawed at it until it shuddered and expired. Did it think? He wondered. Did it feel? Did it understand it was old and could no longer defend itself? Even then, his tribe had not been large, never more than 20. In those days, the prey were different. Their bones were long and thick. They had ridges over their eyes, and they wore the skins of other animals. Their teeth and claws were barely a threat to the long arms of his tribe. But sometimes they had other teeth made of stone they could hold in their hands, sharp glittering things that tore your flesh. Oh. Interesting. Then the prey had changed. A smaller, scrawnier sort of prey, with more stone teeth than the others, so that the first tribe still hunted the boneheads. The thinner prey hunted the boneheads too, though not for food, and between them the supply dried up. This new sort of prey was harder to hunt and catch, even back then. They sealed themselves away in burrows which gave way to hives. They sealed They sealed themselves away in burrows which gave way to hives, with the horrible crisscrossing branches exactly perpendicular to each other that made his tribe's eyes water and their stomachs heave when they looked at them. And they had the burning light, like lightning but contained in bundles of sticks. Still, they had prospered. He had found a mate. He had found that if he tried hard, he could recall the curves of her body as they lay together, and had children who ran wildly over the plains like he had. Interesting. But the prey had grown even further entrenched, and it seemed the more the prey swarmed together, the harder it was to get inside, to skip over into the twilight world that let them move through the walls and floors of their hives. They ringed their hives with running water. The first time he had burrowed into that, he remembered the mind-consuming movement, a taste of what the whole world would become. Hi, Owens. Hi, Uni. Hi, Uni. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good Saturday. We're reading a story about a very scary SCP. How had he been captured? He thought for a moment that he could no longer remember, until the outlines of a narrative suggested themselves to his mind. Was it true? Who could tell? He had been alone, perhaps for decades, the last member of his tribe. He could no longer recall whether it had been his mate or one of his offspring, had vanished one day like all the rest. He sometimes entertained himself with the thought that she was still alive, then wondered what that meant. He would not wish this disintegration, this incomprehensible confinement on her or any member of his tribe. Which one? SCP-106. This is, I think, the fourth story that's directly tied to it. And that's been this whole recording is, technically I'm reading 5 stories, but they're all from one SCP, which is insane. Okay. He thought he could remember waking one day and feeling hungry, more hungry than he had ever felt in his whole existence. He had roused himself from near hibernation in the tree where he had lived and descended. The prey's hive nestled in the shadow of a hill on the far side of the lake the old man remembered being far larger in his childhood. The prey drank it. He had realized one day long ago, and in their teeming thousands depleted it. Enjoy your lurky lurk, Urpel. So much lore. Whoa, yeah. You get a real good picture for just how threatening and terrifying this creature is. This entity is. When it was dry, the prey would be gone. And then what would he do? When it was dry, the prey would be gone. And then what would he do? He had approached, moving over and through earth. They had pockmarked with their tall gold seed, leeching the life out of it. Care package. All right. Hydration. Big sip. Where's my holder? There it is. And big stretch. Oh, God. Thank you, Urpel. I appreciate the care package. Now we scroll down more. The hive was bigger. The hive was bigger than he remembered, and more dazzling. The luminescence the prey produced to light their way through the night that had once belonged to his tribe, catching off big, flat, reflective surfaces that seemed profoundly unnatural. Hydrate. All right. Hydrate again. Thank you, Uni. The luminescence the prey produced to light their way through the night that had once belonged to his tribe, catching off big, flat, reflective surfaces that seemed profoundly unnatural. Just one, he thought. He just needed one of them. Then he could sleep again. He would find one of the caves the prey made under their hives and sleep. He shivered as he passed through cold yellow light. Here, at the edge of the hive, they still had open areas around each burrow. Though they had grazed the grass so thoroughly, there was almost nothing left. He remembered seeing one of them, small, tender in his mind's eye, and the old man drooled. He had watched it for days, waited for a moment when it left the safety of the pack. These days, precious few moments. They guarded their young so fiercely. Then, while it was running near its burrow, he took it, long arms closing around it and fingers searing into its flesh. A twist, practiced many, many times, and it was gone. He could not wait to hide. His hunger was too severe. His remaining teeth were already gnawing on the soft tissues of its nose and ears, even as he hugged the small body to him and shrank into the shadows of the tree line. Then the light, then the pain. The prey had found him hours later, eating what was left of the infant, and shone their brilliant lights in his eyes. Blows fell on the old man, crushing him. He felt something pop in his arm. Something shining was looped around his wrist and the tree. And they went away. He tried to retreat to the fields in his mind, but the cold iron kept him there. He had found a way to escape it, later, but that was after they had put him in a cell at the center of the maze. Then the white coats had come and taken him away, and the lights had grown brighter, and the pain more intense. No food. No food. He was dying, he thought, distantly, starving one day at a time. When he had been young, he had seen an old man die of starvation. He had killed another member of the tribe, and no one would share their food with him. His limbs had hollowed out and his skin had become like dried leaf. His limbs had hollowed out and his skin had become like a dried leaf. For a long time he had hoped that the others of his kind would come and find him, save him from this humiliation. But they would not relive this hunger, he knew. They would not share their food with him. He had become that old man and he had committed sin. He could not remember the reason he had fought the larger male. Times had become hard and prey scarce, and the other male had failed the tribe. It had occurred to him later that the older male might have been his father. The old man, the old man. The old man remembered the onlookers, faces blurred and shifting, watching as he pummeled the larger male to the floor and put his hand in the other's skull and moved his fingers until there was no life in there anymore. But he had done no better, and his people had grown thinner and left him, one by one, to find richer hunting grounds elsewhere. Now he was alone. And as the years went by in the metal cell, he began to think an awful thought. I am the last. Sorry to interrupt. Do you want to know what your sister's doing at school? Sure. What is your sister doing at school, Herbal? Once these bewildering creatures in white coats would not have confused him. Your sister's in elementary school and is 10 years old, but somehow got stickers and is selling them at recess for IRL money. And you guess the teachers have not seen yet. Oh my goodness. Your sister is a recess black market dealer. That's crazy. Hey, good on your sister though. She's gonna make money in the future. That's really funny. Once, these bewildering creatures in white coats would not have confused him. His mind would have been clean and sharp, and he would have navigated the horrible labyrinth outside his cell. He tried not to laugh, but you couldn't hold it back. No, that's insane. That's awesome. She's making her money. She's getting her dough. Once, but not now. Now he wandered alone in the crumbling steel darkness. the pain from his stomach overwhelming what was left of him. I have lost everything, he thought. I have lost everything. He twitched as he realized that in his distress he had drifted further from his cell than he ever had before. Those decayed corridors of mind fell behind him, and he found himself in what he thought was the waking world, but nothing like the maze he had perceived before. Here, the air was so fresh his old lungs exhaled suddenly, as though he had been submerged in ice. He was in a small, tunnel-like space, like the burrows of foxes or badgers, but hard-cornered and metal in the fashion of the prey. Below him were slats of light, and he realized dimly that through them he could see the world of whitecoats, clean and clinical. But there was something wrong. Red lights were wheeling back and forth, hypnotically. The whitecoats were running, rushing away to be replaced by others with blue hard hats and determined expressions. Then he smelled it. The scent of injured prey, so rich, so replete in memory, but so harrowingly distant that he wondered if he had imagined it, like so much else. But no, there it was again. The old man stirred long black limbs and raised himself up as far as he could go, his ragged nostrils sucking in the fresh, cold air. And his ears, dulled as they were, picked up that long-forgotten cry, the gibbering assemblage of syllables, almost human, as the prey called out in pain and fear. The dribble came thickly down his withered chin. The dry old eyes moistened again as he remembered marrow and blood soaking into pink, juicy meat, just like it had been in the old days. No doubt the white coats would take this morsel from him as they had taken it away before. He didn't care. There was not enough left of the old man to care. He could only move, down through the slats toward the light. The old man came, drip, drip, dripping down the hall. The old man came, drip, drip, dripping down the wall. Ooh, ooh. Like when she told your family, she acted like it was the most normal thing ever. That's really funny. Absolutely, it's the most normal thing ever. It absolutely is. Why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be? And that was a story that related to SCP-106 will typically begin to gravitate toward the lure subject within 10 to 15 minutes after hearing the subject. Just down there, I'm not going to show that face again because that is a very disturbing face. And I'm actually going to go into 107. Stop recording. Because, oh boy. Oh boy. We'll have to pick up next time. I don't know, maybe in between. Maybe we'll do some readings tomorrow. I'm not sure. Maybe in between things. Because we've got a period. Yeah, no, maybe in between we'll do some readings. It'll be really, really random and obscure and erratic. But maybe a couple of readings. We'll get to maybe 110 tomorrow. Because they're not all that long. There's no extras. As far as I can tell. Yeah, no, there's no extras. They're self-contained. Yeah. 110 is the longest one. There's 110. Looks like it'll be longer. No, I think we can do these tomorrow. I think that's what I'll do. Yeah. Because there will be gaps when I won't be participating in the thing. Turn that off. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. And we'll change the music. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Smiles. Smiles. Oh, that was a lot of reading. I think it was an adequate amount of reading, actually. It's just right. Just right. Enjoy your lurky lurk, Cal. Just right. I think I have something in my eye. I'm not sure. All right, all right. Tomorrow. Stream will be earlier tomorrow. Stream will be earlier tomorrow. I'll say that much. That is a guarantee. I will be streaming for the majority over with Kofiend. Shout out Ko really quick. That's huh? There we go. There we go. I don't know why it shouted me out. Yeah, I'll be celebrating Ko's anniversary. I think it's Ko's stream anniversary. When they started, when they first streamed. Yeah. Or it's a Philoversary. It's a co-anniversary. So we'll be playing a number of games and hanging out. I will most likely be I'll be streaming my end, so you'll have my perspective. But I'll also be sending you over to Ko afterwards. And we'll be starting at 1 p.m. PST. 1 p.m. PST. So, you know, earlier than normal. Let's see what the first thing we'll be doing is. When you're Annie. Okay, yeah. So we'll be starting with RV There Yet. We're starting with RV There Yet at around 1 a.m. 1 a.m.? What? No, 1 p.m. PST. And then later we'll be taking a break after that. On my end, we'll be taking a break. Then I'll be joining for the second round of Peak Relay. And following that up, I will be participating in the U Quiz. And following that, I'll be sending you all over to Ko to fully celebrate with her singing karaoke and final remarks. So that's the plan for tomorrow. you're all excited. I'm pretty excited myself. Oh. I will say my bad for being a bit low energy today. I think I'm kind of out of it, but that's fine. I think reading some of the stories helped get a bit of energy back. Heck yeah. Oh heck yeah. I read that as heck yeah. Heck yeah. Yeah. And thank you, Rory and Magna, for the raids. You guys are awesome. Thanks for sharing communities with me. Appreciate both of you. Freaking awesome. But yeah, let's see who we can send you off to. There's definitely something touching my eyeball. Oh no, it's 106. 106 is touching my eyeball. No, I'd probably be screaming in agony if 106 was touching my eyeball. You know what? You know what? You know what? Let's. Boo, 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 boo. What would sound better? Wait. Wait a second. Hold on. I didn't know that they played Overwatch. Interesting. Okay, I know who we're going to raid into. I know who we're going to raid into. A silly... We're going to raid in... We're going to do a silly little raid. Into Mystic Life. Mystic raided a while ago. But they seem very sweet. They've tuned in a lot for the readings. They're playing Overwatch. I like Overwatch. I'm actually in an Overwatch mood right now. So let's go send them some love. We'll use the first raid message. Raid sub. Raid plus. The first raid message is for those with a sub. The second one is for those without a sub. Please copy and paste if you so like. There's also the Discord for those new gems who would like to get updates from me, hang out with community games and movie nights, and interact with the other jams. Once again, I want to thank each and every one of you for hanging out with me. I appreciate you, especially those who lurk in the dark and peer at me through the slits in the vents. I know you're there. I know. I appreciate you. And I hope you all have a good morning, good afternoon, good night, whatever it may be. Have fun. Take your meds. Be kind to yourself. What are we doing? I'm ending, Doc. I'm tired. I need some food in my tummy, more than just apple slices and cucumber slices. Here, I'll do the raid messages once more. Sub. Raid plus. The first is for subs. The second is for non-subs. Go have fun over with Mystic. Be kind. It's the first time we're raiding into them. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll have an early stream tomorrow. Probably closer to 12 p.m. PST. Chatting a bit. See you next time. See you next time. Bye, Magna. Thank you again for the raid. And thank you, Rory, for the raid as well. All right, go have fun. Mystic's playing Overwatch. Cheer them on. Cheer them on. Hi, Doc. Bye, Doc. Okay, bye, Jams. I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Don't forget to copy your raid message. Bye-bye. I appreciate you all. Also, I just realized I forgot. Ow, my teeth. I forgot to turn down the music because the music's been a little loud this whole time. Whoopsie. Anyway, bye-bye.